Ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is your favorite show, Sports Unfolded, with your favorite hosts, Eric and Ron.
Hey, welcome to Sports Unfolded 2022 NFL Preview Show. I am your host, Eric. Main man over there. I got it wrong. Ron, how are you?
I am okay. I'm doing well. Anxious to get this underway. Oh my God, this is so exciting.
NFL season starting this Thursday night. So we are going to cover all 32 teams, break them down for you. We even got a couple special pick and rolls. We are going to give you our top 5 head coach hot seats. So which coaches we believe will get fired or could get fired this season. Our top 5 quarterbacks. We will also pick our playoffs and our Super Bowl champion. So we will give you all the information you need. So if you want to go to Vegas, once we're done, you will be able to cash in because we're going to give you all the answers.
Those of you that cashed in on my pick last year, you're welcome.
The only pick you got right was a state.
No, I picked the Rams to win it against the, Ohio team. Wrong Ohio team, but I picked the Rams to win it.
All right. So we are going to go actually from the West to the East, and we're going to start in the NFC. So the NFC West, obviously the defending champions, LA Rams, the Los Angeles Rams, San Francisco 49ers, Arizona Cardinals, and the Seattle Seahawks. We are going to start off with the Los Angeles Rams, who last season went 12-5, first in the NFC West, 4th in the NFC overall, but they obviously were the Super Bowl champions. They're coached by Sean McVay, who is 55-26 so far with the Rams. New offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, and defensive coordinator, Raheem Morris. They were 9th overall in offense with 372.1 yards, 5th in passing with 273.1, 25th rushing, 99 yards a game, and 8th in points in the league at 27.1. Defensively, kind of middle of the pack, 17th overall with 344.9 yards per game given up, 22nd in passing, so 241.7, 6th in rushing, though, very stout when it came to rushing at 100, only gave up 103.2 yards. 15th in points, so 21.9 points against. Their turnover differential, a +2, which was 13th. I think this division, oh my God, Jim Boy, thanks for joining. I think this division will be very different than, yes, I agree. I think, and as you see, we'll go along with this. So a couple of key additions for them was the addition of Allen Robinson, the wide receiver from Chicago, Bobby Wagner, the linebacker from Seattle, who will replace Von Miller. And then obviously their key losses, Von Miller went to Buffalo, Robert Woods to Tennessee, and Odell Beckham Jr. still has yet to sign. So overall, Ron, your opinions of the Los Angeles Rams?
Well, it's funny, too, because, a lot of people were really high on them last year. And when you look at all those numbers, it's kind of like, blah. That's not really that impressive. But when you see them on the field, it was pretty impressive. Like, the numbers didn't match up to what we're visually looking at. And they're going to do similar things this year. It's going to be very similar.
Yeah, so obviously Matthew Stafford,
right.
There's been some concerns about his elbow, but they said he's a full go, no restrictions. He threw for 4,886 yards last season.
Right.
41 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. So you look at
the problem that they're going to have, though, Eric, this season are those trade deadline acquisitions. I don't know if they have enough of assets to do that again. So, there probably won't be another Von Miller type player coming over, or a Beckham that's coming over, unless you actually sign Beckham.
Yeah, I think
You
the problem
know?
they're going to have with them is, again, they got rid of all their draft picks. They
Yeah.
went all in last season. It worked, obviously. They got the
Right.
chip. But
Right.
to your point, if something happens where there's a serious injury this season, how do they make some moves?
Yeah, they're gonna probably have to bite the bullet this year, and and that could cost them in the long run. But we'll see.
Yeah. So
We'll see.
running back Cam Akers coming back from injury, he's going to be the focal point. They got rid of Sony Michel. Cooper Kupp, probably the best wide receiver in the NFL right now. 145 receptions, 1,947 yards, and 16 touchdowns last season.
Yep.
Can you match that? That's going to be a big question. Allen Robinson, I like the addition. I think this is going to be a good fit for them overall. And they still have Van Jefferson, who's
Right.
comfortable as that third wideout. Tyler Higbee, 61 receptions, 560 yards, 5 touchdowns as the tight end. Very well. But we also know their strengths on defense. Aaron Donald, 12.5 sacks last season, 4 forced fumbles. Jalen Ramsey, 77 tackles, 4 interceptions. Leonard Floyd, 70 tackles, 9.5 sacks, a forced fumble. And now you add Bobby Wagner, who I feel is probably a better tackler. Maybe not as powerful a pass rush as Von Miller was, but
Right.
it's 1A, 1B with that. So I think
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good pickup. Like they're not gonna miss a beat. They're gonna be the Rams that we saw.
Yeah.
They might actually have a little more effectiveness to giving up those big plays, like on third down. Like they struggled, somewhat against really good teams in that third down area. But now, like you said, Bobby Wagner, he's a really solid tackler. Like you're not going to have too many guys, breaking tackles on him. It's just not going to happen. And, that's going to stop some of those big plays from getting bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
he's a guy that if he has you within that first down marker, he's not going to give it up to you, no matter who you are. So that's going to be a big factor on drives that keep going that normally would, but he's going to be that difference maker and getting that tackle just short of that first down, say.
Yeah. Jimbo definitely likes Allen Robinson, loves that addition. Cam Akers, he's
Right.
picking him to win the division, but not to make it back to the Super Bowl. And Manny, thank you for joining as well. For Manny's giving us his divisional already: LA, San Fran, Arizona, and Seattle. We will, once we've broken down the teams, we'll give you ours as well. I love it though. Love the participation. Thank you guys. Strength of schedule here: 567 win percentage. This is based off of last year's records. Number 1 in the NFL. So they have the toughest schedule based on last year's opponents in their record. Couple of tough weeks. I looked at a kind of a chunk. Week 12 at Kansas City, then week 14 they're Las Vegas, then at Green Bay, Denver, and then at the Los Angeles Chargers. So you look at a stretch there towards the end of the season, they may get some losses in here that could affect their playoff position. I would worry about that particular part of it. Seattle a lock for last. Yes, those quarterbacks are kind of crazy. So, Ron, the one question I would want to ask you is, can the Rams repeat or be the first team to repeat since 2003, 2004?
Well, you want my prediction now or
No,
later?
Is there a possibility?
There's always a possibility.
Always a possibility.
I mean, they have the skills to do it. They have a team that they can do it with. They have all the tools, all the necessary things that are there, whether it's the intangibles, the coaching, the actual skill set of the players. They have what is needed to do it. But we all know that there's another team that's going to be on that field every week that has something to say about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look,
but they can. They are able to.
Once you're the champions, the target's on your back. Every team is looking to beat you because it's a moral victory. You beat the champs, the defending champions. So we'll see how they respond. No team's been able to do it almost 20 years now. So, all right, let's move on to the Arizona Cardinals, who went 11-6 last season, second in the NFC West, fifth overall in the NFC. Obviously lost to the Rams in the first round of the playoffs last season. They're coached by Cliff Kingsbury, who's 24-1. They have no offensive coordinator. Defensive coordinator is Vance Joseph, former Broncos coach. Last season, very good offensively. Eighth offense with 373.6 yards per game. 10th in passing at 251.5 yards. 10th in rushing at 122.1 yards. 11th in points at 26.4 points per game. Defensively, 11th. So you look at their numbers. They were very good on both sides of the ball. Only gave up 329.2 yards per game. 7th against the pass at 214.4. 20th against the rush. So obviously had to improve there at 114.8. Points against, 21.5 against. They were 4th overall in turnover differential. They were a plus 12. Didn't turn the ball over, created some turnovers. Key addition, Marquise Brown, wide receiver from Baltimore. Very big acquisition, especially with the suspension right now with DeAndre Hopkins. That's going to be interesting. But some key losses as well. Chandler Jones, the linebacker, went over to Vegas, their sack leader last season. And then Christian Kirk, that third wide receiver who did so much for them, is now in Jacksonville. They drafted Terry McBride, tight end, in the second round. So, again, trying to prove on the offensive side of the ball. Your opinions on the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah, unfortunately, look, when you look at those defensive numbers, the number that's the solid number that you'll look at is how you do against the pass. Because we know that this is a pass-happy league. We know that's where the points are coming from. And they were really good at it last year, but that had a lot to do with Chandler Jones. You know, that pass rush isn't going to be there, I don't think, this year. Not nearly like it was. So they're going to fall back in the pack on that. But I think they're still going to have enough talent on that defense to still have a very solid year. I think they're, looking at their schedule, I think they can put together, a playoff caliber team.
Yeah. So strength of schedule, 543 percentage. Again, last year's records, number 2 in the NFL. But you look at this division, obviously a lot of these teams won, double-digit games. My key, I would look at weeks 1, 2, and 3. They start off with a bang. Kansas City at home, Vegas at home, and the Rams at home. So, again, home games, but those are 3 potential playoff Super Bowl contenders. It's going to be very interesting to see how they begin the season.
Eric, I have them starting out the season 0-3.
Very well could, honestly, with those 3 caliber teams.
Yeah. I think all of those teams are better than Arizona.
Yeah, and again, I think Jim Boy just said it.
Because
right?
a
lot of focus.
Look at
defensively, they lost a key piece.
Just to match up with Las Vegas, you don't think some certain defensive player is going to be hyped up for that game?
Oh, of course, Chandler Jones will be.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to be on all cylinders, firing away. He's going to be disrupting the play because, look, he knows the team, and he's going to know tendencies, and he's going to use that to his advantage. And I think they're gonna struggle at the opening of this season, and I'm going 0-3 for them.
So I'd like to see more out of Kyler Murray. Last season, 69.2% completion percentage is very good, but only 3,787 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He was sacked 31 times, so the offensive line has to do a better job. 423 yards rushing, 5 touchdowns. We know about the contract situation and where he was at and what he was trying to do. To me, he's got to be over 4,000 yards passing. Question would be, without DeAndre Hopkins, can Marquise Brown step into that role? DeAndre Hopkins missed time last year, and they struggled. A.J. Green, your third wide receiver, obviously getting up in age. What can he bring to the table? And then Jim Boy just mentioned it. James Conner had a very good season scoring. Scored 15 rushing touchdowns and 3 receiving touchdowns, but only 752 yards rushing. So you can definitely see the tendency where the offensive line needs to improve, obviously from a pass block and a run blocking situation for them to be successful. Zach Ertz came over. He had 56 receptions, 574 yards, 3 touchdowns. Very good. Defensively, though, J.J. Watt, can he stay healthy? Can he contribute? 16 tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble last season. Especially now with the loss of Chandler Jones, you need J.J. Watt to be a full-time player.
Yeah,
Very
you know that's not going to happen.
They have phenomenal safeties. The defensive backs, Budda Baker, 98 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 interceptions, and Jalen Thompson, 121 tackles and 3 interceptions. Those tackles are all combined. And then Marcus Golden had 11 sacks, 4 forced fumbles at linebacker. So they have depth at all 3 positions. Again, though, J.J. Watt, to me, going to be key. So I'm going to ask you a question after each team. My question would be, with the early loss of DeAndre Hopkins, the loss of Kirk, do you think they're going to get enough production from their wide receivers?
No, that's the tough part because that's a lot of offense that you just lost, and frankly, nobody else is really a proven commodity to the point of what they lost. Hopkins is just too good, and that's a big loss. That's a big hole to fill, and they were hoping that Green was going to be that guy, but he was not that guy last year.
No. And again, age, and you're talking about, wear and tear. It's going to be interesting.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Well, last season we're 10-7, finished 3rd in the NFC West. We're 6th in the NFC, lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game. They're coached by Kyle Shanahan, who's 39-42 overall as their head coach. He is also named their offensive coordinator. So Kyle Shanahan is the offensive coordinator. Defensive coordinator, D'Amico Ryans. They were 7th in offense, 375.7 yards per game, 12th in passing at 248.3, 7th in rushing at 127.4, 13th points per game, 25.1. Offensively, we know. But defensively, Ron, 3rd overall. Gave up 310 yards, 6th against the pass at 206.5, 7th against the rush at 103.5, 10th points against 21.5, and their turnover differential, believe it or not, they were 23rd at a -4. So didn't create turnovers. As good as their defense was, didn't create turnovers. They need to improve on that. Key addition was Charvarius Ward, cornerback from Kansas City. They lost Raheem Mostert, the running back, went to Miami. And they drafted Drake Jackson, defensive end, in the 2nd round. Didn't have a 1st-round pick. Your overall opinion of the San Francisco 49ers?
Okay, so what was that offensive number, 7th?
7th overall on offense.
Right. Okay, and you were 3rd defensively.
Yes.
So why would you change the dynamics of the team?
It's going to be a very interesting situation with this Trey Lance situation.
We know that Jimmy Garoppolo he doesn't have the best arm in the league. We know that. But what he does have is in between his ears. And I know, he is not Tom Brady. We know that. He's not Tom Brady. But in between the ears is a lot like Tom Brady. He's a very smart quarterback. And he uses what he's got as talents to win football games. And when you win at a percentage of 721, there is something to be said about that.
Yeah, agreed.
And you put up 7th in offense. Whether it's due to him or coaching, it doesn't matter. When he's on that field, his team is 7th in offense. Period. So they were already losing the football more than what they were getting it back on turnovers. Now you're going to throw basically a rookie out there, even though it's his second year, but he's a rookie.
Yep.
And that's going to create more turnovers. So they are going to fall further behind on the turnover game. And I got a feeling this team is going to be reeling by game 6, game 7 on their season. And it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. And now I'm not saying that they're going to have a losing record, but expect it. Expect it.
Yeah, Jim Boy saying, look, Trey Lance does need experience. My question would be, giving him an experience when you had Jimmy Garoppolo last season, 68.3 completion percentage, 3,810 yards passing, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. The man got you to the NFC Championship game. Yeah. They have a good dynamic where, look, you don't need to throw the ball deep because they throw a lot of those short intermediate routes and let their wide receivers and running backs do what they need to do. Hence, Deebo Samuel, who had 77 receptions, 1,405 yards, and 6 touchdowns. They used him as a runner. They used him, obviously, in the passing game. George Kittle, 71 receptions, 910 yards, 6 touchdowns. They've got so much talent on offense. Brandon Ayuk turned out to be a great number 2 wide receiver, 56 receptions, 826 yards, 5 touchdowns. Elijah Mitchell, their running back, 963 yards rushing and 5 touchdowns. You hear that everybody on that offensive side of the ball was performing. Now you throw a new quarterback in who obviously hasn't worked with these guys, and you're basically changing that whole dynamic. I agree with you, Ron. I don't think it's a great move.
And I'm telling you, there is more in the underlining of what their season is going to look like, because they start out with Chicago and Seattle, their first 2 games. So everything is going to be candy coated. And after 2 games, when they're 2-0 because they're playing crap, everybody's going to be like, oh, see, they made the right decision. Yeah, but then they play Denver, and then things change.
Yeah.
It's just not going to stay wonderful for San Francisco. And, it's going to be sugar-coated in those first 2 weeks, and he's going to look like a genius. But you watch, mark my words, by the end of the season, you're going to look at an 8-9 team.
Wow. Strength of schedule, they are 5th overall, 533 win percentage. Again, I had some keys. I'm glad you said it. Week 7, they face Kansas City. Then they're Rams. Then they have a bye. Then they've got the Chargers and then Arizona. So you talk about a stretch in the middle of the season where a lot of things can change. But let's talk real quick about some of the defensive stars on this team. Nick Bosa, 15.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles last season. Jimmy Ward, 77 tackles, 2 interceptions. Fred Warner, 137 tackles, half a sack and a forced fumble. And then Azeez Al-Sharir, 102 tackles, 2 sacks, a forced fumble, and an interception. They have some stout defensive players. I think defensively they're going to be fine. They really didn't lose much defensively. You added Chavivius Ward, cornerback, as well to shore up some more of the secondary. I like what they did in that move. My question to you would be, how long does Trey Lance start before we see Jimmy Garoppolo again as the starter of the San Francisco 49ers?
So what I'm thinking is he's going to give Trey Lance the season.
Wow.
I don't think there's going to be a quarterback move, because I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo makes it past the trade deadline.
No trade clause.
He'll make it past. He'll be traded, and I know he has a no trade clause.
Okay.
But it also states that he can waive it, and he will waive it for certain teams. He will. So I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Look for him to be moved at the trade deadline. I don't see them making the change, even though, when you see week 3, Denver, week 4, the Rams, and they went from 2-0 to 2-2 at that point, and then you start seeing a little bit of a slide. They're just gonna always be, within striking distance but
Okay.
they're never going to get that spot in the
All right.
playoff.
Stay tuned after the Seattle Seahawks here. We will give us our predictions, and we're going to rank the coaches in each division. So let's talk about the Seattle Seahawks. Last season finished 4th in the NFC West at 7-10. They're coached by Pete Carroll, who's won 1973 and won with the team. So he's been there quite some time. Offensive coordinator is Shane Waldron, and new defensive coordinator Clint Hurt. They were 20th overall in offense at 323.9, 23rd passing at 201.9, 11th rushing, 122 yards per game, 16th in points per game at 23.2. Defensively, 28th defensively, 379.1 yards given up, 31st in pass against the pass, 265.5. 17th against the rush at 113.6. 12th overall in points against at 21.5. Turnover differential, though, believe it or not, at +5, they were 10th. So they still, as bad as they were defensively, created some turnovers. Couple of key additions: Drew Lock, quarterback from Denver; Noah Fant, the tight end from Denver, who was Denver's leading tight end receiver last season. Key losses, obviously, Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, Dwayne Brown, the tackle who went to the Jets. Their first-round pick was Charles Cross, the tackle. What can you tell us about the Seattle Seahawks?
Well, the key loss in all of that, obviously, Russell Wilson.
Dwayne Brown.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but I mean, look, this is a team that really needed to go after Jimmy Garoppolo, to be honest with you. They needed to do it.
Yeah, and I think San Francisco played hardball. They weren't going to trade him within the division. They knew what they were doing. So from that standpoint, yeah, their starting quarterback is going to be Geno Smith. Last season,
that's terrible.
702 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception in the limited time he had with Russell Wilson when he was out. And Drew Lock, who was battling for the position during preseason, had COVID issues and actually lost the spot. They're going to have to be a run-heavy team. Look, Rashad Penny, 749 yards rushing last season, 6 touchdowns. You're going to rely on him more.
You see, but I mean, you're taking away from that defense, really. You lost probably the heart and soul of that defense.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner.
Bobby Wagner, right? And then you lost the heart and soul of your offense in Russell Wilson. And you take away those key elements, and you are left with a team that really doesn't even have a direction right now. And that's the scary part for the Seattle fans. It's like they know they're going to have a rough season.
Yeah.
Like they know.
It should be an expectation at this point. Look, your best 2 players, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. But now you're also looking at who's throwing them the ball. I expect their numbers to drop significantly this season.
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Jamal Adams hasn't been able to stay healthy for the most part, so he's missed time. That was such a big pickup when they did that move back with the Jets a couple years ago. Jordan Brooks, their linebacker, 184. 800 would have been a record. 184 tackles, 1 sack, and Quandre Diggs, 94 tackles and 5 interceptions at the safety position. But not a lot of depth with this team. Almost feel like, look, this is, to me, the start of the rebuild for them.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see that coming. Strength of schedule, 517 win percentage, 11th overall in the NFL. So they've got at least not as tough a schedule based on the opponents last year. But listen to this stretch after Week 9, Ron. Week 9, Arizona. Then they're Tampa Bay. They have a bye. Then they play Vegas, at the Rams. They get Carolina, then San Francisco, and then at Kansas City. So you're looking at a stretch there for about 7 weeks.
And they will lose every one of those games. Every one.
I could very well see him losing 5, 6 of those games. Maybe
they're going to lose all of them.
So, honestly, towards the end of the season, look, they may look like they're okay, and then I think the wheels will fall off towards the end of the season. So my question to you would be, with the Seattle Seahawks, is this to you a rebuild situation now going on in Seattle?
Oh, absolutely. And you'll probably hear some certain coach is going to be on my hot seat.
Oh boy.
And look, it is not his fault.
No, not at all. It's
Not his
but again,
fault.
I think it may be time for change. The wins are
But
there.
I think Pete Carroll is looking at this and saying, you know what? It's time to go. And he might actually,
Step
I don't
away.
know if he'll resign, but he might ask for them to.
Right, he's in his early 70s, so at this point,
Yeah.
I mean, he really has nothing left to prove. So it is that time, Ron, where we're going to pick the division, and then we're going to rank the coaches. Let's rank the coaches first.
Okay.
So you start off with your ranking of the head coaches in the NFC West.
Okay. So first, I have Kyle Shanahan.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Look, I think he's a fantastic coach. Like I said before, look, Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have the best arm in the league, but he is smart, and he uses his talent to its full capabilities, and that goes with the coach as well. Number 2, I have Sean McVay. Now, I think this is really, really close, but I do give the nod to Kyle Shanahan because, look, I could probably coach that Rams team to a win.
I'd like to see that.
I would too, to be honest with you. Number 3, I have Pete Carroll.
Okay.
He does a good job. He's a
Agreed.
player's coach, and that's important these days, to be honest with you. And then Cliff Kingsbury, which he almost blew last season. So, and I know he had injuries, but you still got to gather the troops and get them to where they need to go, and they almost didn't.
Gotcha. So I had it almost similar. I flip-flopped. I had McVay first, Shanahan second, Pete Carroll third, and Kingsbury, I think, again, could be out after this season as well with all their acquisitions.
He could be.
So, division. I will lead us off. I'll start this one. The NFC West and how I have them finishing. I believe Jimmy Garoppolo will be the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers by week 4. San Francisco, I got them finishing first. Very close, eking out the Rams in second. Arizona coming in third. And then Seattle it has to be fourth in this division.
Yeah, well, they're not going to make the change in San Francisco because they're going to win their first 2 games. Chicago and Seattle, they're just abysmal. So, I don't think it's going to take much, but even defense will win those games. But I have it, the Rams 12-5. Arizona 11-6.
Oh, okay.
So they're gonna have a rough start. They're gonna go 0-3 at the start, but they're gonna put it together.
Bounce back.
They're gonna bounce back. Then I have San Francisco 8-9, and then Seattle 3-14.
Okay, all right. So that is how the NFC West will finish. We are going to move on to the NFC North. And some interesting teams here with a lot of changes at the coaching positions here in this division. But the Green Bay Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, the Chicago Bears, and the Detroit Lions. Jim Boy's got the Rams, San Francisco, Cardinals, and Seahawks. Yeah, we all agree, I think, at the Seahawks. I think Manny had the Seahawks as well, and Rams first. So 3 for the Rams. I got San Fran first. So it's going to be pretty interesting, right? That San Fran Cardinals situation could be very interesting to see. So NFC North, my friend, we're going to start off with the Green Bay Packers, who last season were 13-4. They finished first in the NFC North, first seed in the NFC, lost in the second round to the San Francisco 49ers at home. We all know how that was. They're coached by Matt Lafleur, who's 39-10 overall as the head coach. New offensive coordinator Adam Stenavich and defensive coordinator Joe Barry. They were 10th in offense at 365.6 yards per game, 8th overall in passing at 253.8, 18th rushing at 111.8, 10th in points at 26.5 points per game. Defensively, which has normally been one of their issues, obviously much improved, 9th overall in defense, 328.2 yards per game, 10th in passing against at 219.1, 11th against the rush at 109.1, 14th against points at 21.8 points allowed, and third in the league in turnover differential at a plus 13. Couple of key additions here: Sammy Watkins, wide receiver, but key losses: Devontae Adams, wide receiver, went to the Vegas Raiders, and Zadarius Smith, linebacker, went to Minnesota in the division. In the draft, number 1 overall, their first round draft pick, Quay Walker, linebacker, Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, first round, and then Christian Watson, the wide receiver, in the second round. Your thoughts on the Green Bay Packers?
Well, I mean, we all know it starts and ends with Aaron Rodgers. Look, Aaron Rodgers has been in this position before. He loses players every year. I mean, we know this. Green Bay will pay for certain players, and that player just seems to be Aaron Rodgers. As long as they have Aaron Rodgers, everything is great. And because they are playing in just a dreadful division, they didn't really need to go and do anything. Just let's improve defense and, let's see what Aaron Rodgers can do on offense, make some players better. And that seems to be what they did this year. And you know what? They're going to win the division. There's no secret in that. It's just, will they be able to sustain it in the playoffs when you have to play good teams? And that's where it's all going to, count.
Jim Boy already calling Aaron Rodgers repeat as MVP.
I was going to say that, actually. That's a nice call, Jimbo.
When you look at the Aaron Rodgers, his turnover, 37 touchdowns, 4 interceptions last season. Like, he threw for 4,115 yards. The man just doesn't turn the ball over. He's going to get these wide receivers in the right spot. I love Aaron Jones because he's a versatile running back, does a lot for them. And then they got the two-headed monster now with A.J. Dillon, rushed for 803 yards, 5 touchdowns. Between the two of them, they both rushed for 800 yards last season. My keys would be, though, Christian Watson, the rookie. Can he step in and be, a consistent? Sammy Watkins, does he become a guy? And then Alan Lazard, he goes for at least 1,000, man. You're right? Alan Lazard has to be the next guy up. He's been in the system now. He knows Aaron Rodgers. 40 receptions, 513 yards, and 8 touchdowns last season. But that's with Devontae Adams taking a lot of those catches. Lazard, to me, you're right, Manny. This guy's going to get probably 80 receptions, definitely over 1,000 yards. And I could see his touchdown numbers between 12 to 15 touchdowns. It should happen. Robert Tryon, 18 receptions, 204 yards, and 2 touchdowns as a tight end. He's going to have to be more important to that offense as well, and they've got to get him involved. Questions would be at offensive line, though. David Batari, their offensive tackle, still battling injuries with the knee, hasn't been able to stay consistently on the field. That's Rodgers' blind side. You know how important that's going to be. I also like them defensively, though, Ron. Defensively, Quay Walker, I love that pickup, the linebacker. We talked about that. Devondre Campbell, 146 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles. The guy's a turnover machine.
Yeah.
Rasul Douglas, cornerback, 57 tackles, 5 interceptions. He had 2 touchdowns, ran 2 back. Pretty impressive. Rashawn Gary, 47 tackles, 9.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. They have a lot of talent on defense.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to make a big difference this year. And, they're hoping that translates in playoffs. And, like Manny said, Lazard, he is the key guy here. He has to be the one that steps up, and also Watkins has to fill that void. He's got to be good enough to give Lazard that space. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to be able to make those catches when teams are doubling up on Lazard and, just trying to take him out of it. and Watkins has to be the guy that keeps the defense honest. To be honest,
Yeah, yeah. Jim Boy drafted Aaron Jones. He expects that running game to be phenomenal. So very, very good. Look, strength of schedule, because to your point, they're in a weak division.
right?
22nd
Six
overall.
wins right there.
4.78 win percentage against the teams they're going to be facing.
Right.
So I looked at it this way. They didn't have a stretch where they have difficult games. They have a few tough games here at Tampa Bay week 3, at Buffalo week 8. They play Dallas week 10, and then the Rams week 15.
Yeah.
So you look at it, it's spread out. They should get most of their wins in between that.
As long as they win,
13-4 again.
Look, if they win 2 of those games, you're already looking at 8 wins pretty much for the season. If they get 2 of those. And they still have a whole bunch of games left. They still have, 10 more games?
Yeah.
And that schedule is pretty good for them. It's pretty good for them.
Agreed. So let's look at some. I mean, there are other teams in the division, so we're going to talk about them. And that would first off be the Minnesota Vikings, who finished second in the NFC North, but were 8-9 last season. They've made a coaching change. Head coached now by Kevin O'Connell, former offensive Rams coordinator. They've got a new offensive coordinator in Wes Phillips and a new defensive coordinator in Ed Tennell. 12th in offense. So obviously some of these numbers are going to be different and skewed because we're talking about a new philosophy. But last season, 12th overall in offense at 362.8, 11th passing at 249.3, 17th rushing at 113.5, 14th overall in points at 25 points per game. Defensively is where they struggled. So I question sometimes you hire an offensive coordinator to be your head coach when defensively was definitely a deficiency. 30th overall in defense, 383.6 yards per game, 28th against the pass at 252.9, 26th against the rush at 130.7, 24th in points against at 25.1, but a plus 11 in turnover differential, which was 5th overall. They don't turn the ball over. Key additions, Darius Smith, linebacker from Green Bay. That's smart. Stay within the division. But they lost Anthony Barr, who's a free agent, and Sheldon Richardson, defensive line, who became a free agent. Draft number 1 overall safety, Lewis Sine. And then in the second round, Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback. So they're trying to build that defense up through the draft, some young players. Is that going to be enough?
No. Look, this team is going to go through some growing pains. Obviously, you have a new coaching staff. Look, this team's going to struggle this year. We know this just by looking at the numbers. Getting a couple of good players on defense is a good start. It's a good start. But it's certainly not going to put a giant Band-Aid on that entire defense. But I think the coaching staff has got it going in the right direction. They know where they need to improve, and they just gotta get players to go in there. Like, this team definitely underachieved for the past 2-3 years.
Yeah, listen. I as I started to look at the numbers, Kirk Cousins is a very good quarterback. We criticize him all the time, and everybody criticizes him. But look, he 66.3% completion percentage, 4,221 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Those are Aaron Rodgers like. He doesn't turn the ball over. He gets his turnovers, only took 28 sacks. The problem is sometimes that I think the coaching staff was so stagnant and had just become just blatant. We're going to do the same things, play the same way, and it ended up costing them. They've got so much talent offensively. Dalvin Cook, one of the best running backs in the league, 1,159 yards last season, 6 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson, I mean, think about what he brought to the table. 108 receptions, 1,616 yards and 10 touchdowns. Then you still got your number 2 is Adam Thielen. 67 receptions, 726 yards, 10 touchdowns.
And this is what you just touched on. Like, you have all these problems on defense. Why aren't you hiring a defensive coach? Well, because the coach that was there didn't use the offense properly and didn't keep the defense off the field enough and at the right times of the game. And therefore, they went with that offensive coach and, taking it from a team that put up numbers when they needed to put up the numbers, that was a great steal for them.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be able to use that skill. You're going to be able to use all that talent and get the plays when you need the plays. It's going to prolong the offense being out on the field. Defense stays off the field. That was a big problem in Minnesota the last couple of years. They couldn't keep the defense off the field, and they were just out there too long. So those numbers just blew up and made the players look much worse than what they actually were.
And again, I don't want to criticize them altogether because they do have some studs on there. Eric Henderson, 143 tackles, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions. Harrison Smith, the strong safety, 114 tackles, 3 sacks, an interception, and forced fumble last season. Going to count a lot on these rookies to start. Andrew Booth Jr. at corner and Lewis Sign at free safety. So that'll be interesting. You add Zadarius Smith in there as well. Again, defensively, they should improve. They get Irv Smith back, a junior back at tight end. He was out all the last season. So, again, offensively, you're getting some pieces back as well. Strength of schedule, also a benefit. Because, again, the weak division, 20th overall, 484 win percentage. Weeks 8, they play Arizona, 9 at Washington, then 10 at Buffalo, and then 11 at Dallas. Little stretch in the middle there. They get through those games. They could finish with a winning record, possibly get into the playoffs. Possibly. Jalen Riga was a good move. Yeah, so again, another great move, right? Minnesota's making some moves. Question to you, Ron, would be last shot for Kirk Cousins as the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings this season?
Well, it might not be his last shot, so to speak. But he's got to play well under a new coach for them to keep him. That's the thing. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to make the adjustment with, new coordinator, new head coach as cleanly as what you would hope. I know he's been around the league a long time, but
O'Connell, look what he did, though, for Stafford.
Yes.
Stafford was a very good quarterback,
yes.
And he got him to a championship and won it, right? But I would say if he can bring that same pedigree to Kirk Cousins, again, his numbers are good.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, Eric, this is one of those teams. This is one of those teams before we went on the air. I was telling you there's about 3 or 4 teams that I have that they could either have the record that I think they're going to have, or it could totally be flipped around. And this is one of those teams.
Yeah.
Because I really have them having not a bad season. The record is going to look bad, but they're going to play a lot of close games.
Yeah.
And they're just not used to winning. And that is going to take time. And I think they got to get through this season and then get another couple of players on defense. And then you're talking that this team can turn around.
So let's
Whether
talk
that
about,
has Cousins or not, I don't know.
We'll see. We're going to talk now about the Chicago Bears, who were 6-11 last season, obviously going through a major transition. They were 6-11, third overall in the NFC North. They are now coached by Matt Eberflus, former defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. New offensive coordinator Luke Getsy and defensive coordinator Alan Williams. So, again, a whole new coaching staff, again, in Chicago, which was needed. I think it was time. Obviously, a lot of room for improvement. They were 24th overall on offense, 307.4 yards per game, 30th passing, 188.6, which you think about the league's a passing league, so that number blew my mind. Rushing, 118.7, which was 14th overall, 27th in points, 18.3 points per game. Just couldn't get the ball in the end zone. 6th defensively, 316.7 yards per game, 3rd against the pass at 191.6, 23rd rushing, 125.1, 22nd in points, 23.9 points against. So you look at that's a 5-point difference. That's why you're losing. And their turnover differential, a -13, which was 29th in the league. Have to improve there. Couple of key additions. They picked up Trevor Siemian, quarterback from New Orleans. Byron Pringle, the wide receiver from Kansas City, and N'Keal Harry, the wide receiver from New England. He will be out, though.
Duh.
Key losses, though. Deion Bush, the safety, went over to Kansas City. Khalil Mack, linebacker, went over to the Chargers. Allen Robinson, their number one wide receiver, over to the Rams. They drafted in the second round Kyler Gordon, cornerback, trying to improve on that side of the ball. Your opinions here on the Chicago Bears?
Okay, so those takeaways are appalling, first of all. The players that you lost are really going to affect the improvement of this team to the point where they're going to actually regress. This team got worse in the offseason.
The best Pringle that's going to be in Chicago is going to be the cheddar cheese.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be the wide receiver. He was a factor of...
No, so you're taking away a better receiver for field. Like you didn't help him with weapons. You didn't help him with defense. So, and personally, you didn't help him with a coach.
Yeah,
look,
to me, here's another question where I say,
look, when was the last time Indianapolis was known for their defense?
They were solid. They're a solid defensive team. What I would say is this, though. You need to develop him offensively. He was, 58.9% completion percentage last season. 1,870 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. That's not going to cut it as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
No, and he's running for his life the whole game.
That percentage, their offensive line's atrocious. Yeah. They've got no talent whatsoever to speak of when it comes to that side of the ball. I mean, Darnell Mooney, 84 receptions, 1,000 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Cole Kmet is your tight end, 60 receptions, 612, and no touchdowns. They are struggling, though, when it comes to who's going to be able to get him the ball. David Montgomery, their running back, jack of all trades, 42 receptions. He rushed for 849 yards, 7 touchdowns. But how does a defensive-minded coach get more out of their offense? Because their defense wasn't the problem.
This is the worst team in the division.
Yeah, agreed. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. This might be one of the worst teams in the league, Ron, in my eyes.
Possibly. Probably bottom 3 for sure.
Lucky for them, strength of schedule, 24th, a 471 percentage. But week 13, so towards the end of the season, listen, even if they're in this thing, week 13, Green Bay, then they get a bye, then they got Philly, and then they got Buffalo. They're going to lose all 3 of those games.
Yeah.
So the season's over.
And they're going to be ugly.
And we've also got to think about this Roquan Smith situation at linebacker. He's not happy. He demanded a trade. That didn't happen. Is he going to even play? I feel like he's going to get one of those injuries, hamstring, a broken finger, a sprained toe, whatever it is, that he won't be able to participate in any games because he's not going to play for them. So that leaves Robert Quinn and then a couple of rookies on the defensive side of the ball as their options on defense when you were the 6th ranked defense, and now you basically shredded that entire defensive side of the ball as well.
Yeah.
No offensive coordinator or offensive-minded coach. To me, they struggle mightily.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty ugly.
And hence why I wish Kenny was on today, because we're going to talk about the Detroit Lions, who last season he went absolutely crazy. He said they were going to be second in the division, blah, blah, blah. They went 3-13-1 last season, 4th, obviously, in the NFC North. They are coached by Dan Campbell in his first season last season, 3-13-1. New offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. A lot of questions last season with the offensive coordinator. Let's see if this narrows that down for them and they keep him all season long. Defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn. They were 22nd in offense at 322.6 yards per game, 18th passing at 211.6, 19th rushing at 110.9, 25th in points at 19.1. Defensively, 29th overall, 379.8 yards per game, 24th against the pass at 244.7, 28th against the rush at 135.1, 31st in points against at 27.5, 22nd in turnover differential at -4. They added DJ Chark, the wide receiver from Jacksonville. They lost Trey Flowers, defensive end, free agency. Number 1 draft pick, Aiden Hutchinson, and number 1 draft pick in the first round, Jamison Williams, the wide receiver. So, again, trying to build some stuff. They've got some talent. They're starting to build. Your overall opinions of the Detroit Lions?
They actually went in the right direction, but it's going to take some time. And, they'll have games where they're going to be really close, and in the games like they were last year, there was a lot of games they were in. And, and they'll probably build a couple more wins than last season.
So you basically lost every game by a touchdown or more.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So they've got to improve on that. Look, Jared Goff's numbers last season, as crazy as it sounds, he's 67.2% completion percentage. Very good. 3,245 yards passing, 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He didn't have a bad season.
And this is why I'm saying, they're going in the right direction. I'm not saying Campbell is like the best coach in the world. But what he is doing, he's getting them motivated. He really cares about the players, and the players actually play for him.
Yeah.
They were just lacking talent. For a lack of a better phrase, they just lack talent. But the draft was a beginning. The pickups were a beginning. They are starting to put some pieces into place. So you're going to see the numbers improve. They'll win a couple more games this year. And at least they're in the right direction. They're not going to have a great season. Let's not kid ourselves. They're not going to have a great season. But it is the right direction.
They definitely improved over 3 wins. I could see them winning 6 or 7 games now with some of those additions. Strength of schedule, 28th. That benefits them. One of the worst in the league. 467 win percentage. A tough stretch after their bye at Dallas, Miami, Green Bay, week 13, Buffalo. So a couple of games in there that obviously could be critical to them. DeAndre Swift, their running back, I think will have a better season. 617 yards, 5 touchdowns. I could see him being a 1,000-yard back. Amaron St. Brown, their wide receiver, quietly 90 receptions, 912 yards, 5 touchdowns last season. Came out of nowhere. Best tight end in this division, TJ Hawkinson. Nobody talks about him. 61 receptions, 583, 4 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. He just needs to get those numbers up a little bit. But I think Jared Goff developed a relationship last season. You're going to see improvements there as well. So offensively, they should be better. Hutchinson, rookie, can he contribute and be that impact? That would be my question to you, Ron.
Yeah, can he be an impact like a Parsons? That's what they need. Whether they're going to get that,
did, right? Yes.
Yeah, whether that's they get comparison. That, I highly doubt that they can get that, but it's something to build on and look forward to because I think it can develop into that.
Yeah, no, definitely. So obviously Jamison Williams will be out. He got hurt in the championship game, I believe. And, so when his timetable to come back, so that'd be a key for them offensively as well. But it is time to rank these coaches, Ron.
Yep.
And I will go coach first this time, and you'll go division.
Okay.
So I have number 1 coach has to be Matt Lafleur. Just, again, his record, what he's been able to do. I went Kevin O'Connell. I think he's going to do a lot of good things with Minnesota. 3rd, Dan Campbell. I just feel like Detroit's on the upside. I agree with you, the motivational part of it. And then Matt Eberflus, I went 4th. I just don't feel like it's going to be a good fit here in Chicago, and the talent is so lacking. I don't know if he'll be able to coach those guys up.
Okay, so we were close. I do have Lafleur as number 1. Lafleur. It's pretty hard not to go with the guy that's going to win the division again.
Yeah.
Number 2, I went with Dan Campbell, though. I think
the
improvement that he's making.
I like it.
He's got the team playing, and he knows he's got to get some talent in there. But he's slowly getting that. Like I said, he's not going to coach many people, but he's going to have that team ready to play.
Yeah.
They're going to be motivated to get out there and win. So if you're not playing your game, you're going to get upset. And we saw them upset somebody last year, and it was not a bad team either.
Yeah, no. So look, I agree.
Number 3, I have Kevin O'Connell.
Just the unknown. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the unknown, and then the known that Eberfluss is not going to fit there, and he could be on a short leash this season.
Yeah. So Manny and Jim Boy, if you want to give us your divisional picks, Ron, you want to lead us off on yours?
All right. So let me find my divisional picks here, so I can give you the exact
Chakra
record.
as well. Chakra, you want to give us the divisional picks for the NFC North?
So I have, of course, Green Bay. I have Green Bay going 15-2.
Wow. So better than last season. Okay.
Better than last season. Better than last season.
With the loss of Devontae Adams.
With the loss of Devontae Adams.
You go out on a limb, my friend. I appreciate that about you. I appreciate that.
This is where I was going to state that he gets MVP.
Okay.
15-2, gets MVP.
Yeah.
And
Jim Boy already said, right? Aaron Rodgers MVP.
Yep. And then from there, it's a crapshoot. But I go Detroit.
Wow.
Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited.
Regardless of the record, I'm just impressed that Detroit's second. Okay.
5-12.
Hey. Wow, you got Minnesota.
They improved 2 games.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
Okay.
Minnesota, 5-12.
Wow.
So they regress. And Chicago, 4-13. It is just a horrible division.
Yeah. So I don't agree with you, Manny.
I know
Manny
you do.
His Manny and me are identical. I have the Packers first, Minnesota second, Detroit third, and Chicago fourth.
Yeah, and
Manny's a smart man. We know.
And second and third are going to be interchangeable. And I told you,
I don't know about
Minnesota Vikings.
5-12.
Minnesota Vikings are going to be one of those teams where they could go 5-12, but then they can go like 10-7.
Yeah, I cannot see them 5-12.
So,
not with that much talent. They have enough talent.
I'm just saying.
And they get 4 wins in the division alone.
I'm just saying. No, they're not going to beat Detroit twice.
Okay.
They're not beating Detroit twice.
So even if they split with Detroit, that's 3 wins right there. They get 2 wins the rest of the season?
I'm not sure that Chicago can't beat them once.
Oh, here we go. All right.
Just saying.
All right.
Look,
are you taking over for Kenny on these bold predictions?
Who predicted better last year? Me. I did. So
you picked an Ohio team. We both picked the Rams.
No, you didn't pick the Rams to win it.
Who did I pick?
You picked
to go to the
AFC team, Kansas City Chiefs.
But I picked the Rams as well.
Yeah, but you picked the Chiefs to win it.
Okay.
I picked the actual winner.
The right team got in the Super Bowl. Okay, let's go on to the NFC South. NFC South, my friend. And the teams will be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the New Orleans Saints, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Carolina Panthers. So this is going to be an interesting division. So a lot of changes here when it comes to just movement of offensive coordinators and players. We're going to start off with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who finished first in the division last season, 13-4. They were second in the NFC. They lost to the Rams in the second round. Remember that close game where, honestly, Tom Brady tried to pull. They basically came back and Rams drove down the field in like no time and ended up kicking that field goal to win it. They are now coached by Todd Bowles. Offensive coordinator is Byron Leftwich. They did not name an official defensive coordinator. They got Casey Rogers, Larry Foote, but I truly believe Todd Bowles will be their defensive coordinator. They were second overall in offense at 405.9 yards per game, number 1 passing at 307.6, 26th rushing at 98.4, second in points at 30.1 points per game. Defensively, 13th overall, 331 238.5 yards, 21st against the pass at 238.9, third against the rush, 92.5 yards per game, fifth in points allowed at 20.8, plus 10 in the turnover differential, was sixth overall in the NFL. Couple of key additions here. Shaq Mason, the guard from New England, Russell Gage, the wide receiver from Atlanta, Julio Jones, wide receiver from Tennessee. But some big losses when you talk about Alex Kappa, the guard, went to Cincinnati. Rob Gronkowski, tight end, retired. And Ndamukong Suh, defensive lineman, still a free agent, decided not to go back. In the second round, they drafted Logan Hall, defensive line, and second round, Luke Goddard, offensive lineman, who may be a key part with all their losses on the offensive line. Your thoughts on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the NFC South?
You know, this is probably the toughest team to gauge.
There's so many questions
because when you look at the losses that they've had, and this just
some big ones.
Look, this just reminds me of those New England days where players just like disappeared from Tom Brady, and then Tom Brady had to go out there and do it with nobody.
But there was one consistent, the coach. So now you switch the coach as well.
Right. So we have a lot of question marks. But it is Tom Brady out there, and yes, he is older, and he's now
45.
He's now thinking, okay,
why did I
make the? Yeah, exactly.
Giselle's in Costa Rica now.
Yeah,
like, they're not even living together.
No,
she's not happy about it. So you think about that mentally on him as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Despite all of that, I still think they're going to have a division-winning season. I think they can have a good year. Like I think the players that they have, but what I'm counting on is them to add some pieces by the trade deadline. And they can do it. Rams
offensive line, they have to do it. They have to get they've got to shore up that offensive line.
And they will. And I think they will. I know they're going to take a look at, their older wide receiver that they just, brought over, and see if he still has something in Julio Jones.
Julio Jones is going to be a key part.
If not, and there are still some of these experts out there that are saying that Rob Gronkowski is going to come back mid-season. I'm kind of skeptical in it, but there's enough of them that are saying it, and they're adamant about it. It could happen. It could happen. But they're gonna need to bring big boys on that line. That's what they got to look for. And, so it's going to see if their coaching can coach up that line, because you got to give Tom Brady some time. And if they can do that, and I strongly believe that they can, because I think, when you have a Tom Brady, that helps with the experience that he has. It's like, hey, if you just do this, then we can adjust and we can make some time. Just a short little adjustment at the line, whether you're standing 4 inches to the right, could make a difference with Tom Brady. I mean, we know how much of a perfectionist he is. And I think that they can do enough of that can make a difference, and that's going to make a difference in the season, because I think Julio Jones is going to have enough in the tank to make a difference in the team. And I think that Tom Brady's smart enough to know what to do. He can get rid of the ball faster than most quarterbacks.
Yeah, look, we know his read and react.
Right.
Obviously the best ever because of just the numbers. Last season, 67.5 completion percentage, 5,316 yards passing, led the league at 44 years old.
Exactly.
43 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, only took 22 sacks. So even with some of the line struggles, even last season, they had some issues here and there. He's able to get rid of the ball. Leonard Fournette's going to be a big key. Is he going to be in shape? Is he going to be able to run the ball consistently? Mike Evans, injury prone lately. Can he stay healthy? I think he has some record of like 8 straight years at over 1,000 yards receiving. Can he continue that? Chris Godwin comes back. How healthy, how quick he gets back into the fold. I agree with you. Julio Jones, how important he's going to be, because he's got to take some of those Rob Gronkowski catches now.
Yeah.
He's got to be that guy. And then Russell Gage, we're not talking about much, but
Right.
we like those short, little shifty wide receivers. He loves the slot guys. Let's see what he can do. Cameron Brate is a solid tight end. He's not great, solid. Brate, though, 30 receptions, 245 yards, 4 touchdowns last season.
Yeah. He
And
needs better numbers. He needs
give
better
Aaron
numbers.
Rodgers the same weapons, he'd get 6,000 yards. Wow, that's a bold statement, Manny.
That is a bold
that's
statement, but it might be accurate.
And then we talk about defensively. I would question the defensive line if they with Sue not being there. That could be a question mark. But they're still very stout when Levante David, the linebacker, Devin White, the linebacker,
Yeah.
Shaquille Barrett, the linebacker. They're all solid. Shaquille Barrett, 10 sacks, 3 forced fumbles last season.
Absolutely.
And then Antonio Winfield Jr. in the backfield, for a defensive back, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 88 tackles. Phenomenal. Couple of key injuries: Ryan Jensen, their center, and then Aaron Stinney, the guard. Again, can they replace those guys? Can they? Strength of schedule, though, 4th overall.
Yeah.
535 win percentage. So a tough schedule. Week 1 at Dallas, then New Orleans, which we know Tom Brady, he struggled against them with Tampa. He has not been able to do well against New Orleans. Then week 3, Green Bay. Week 4, Kansas City. Then they get a little bit of a break, and then week 9, the Rams. So they might split and be 2-2 after the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, I've actually got them 0-2 to start. So keep that in mind. But it is Tom Brady.
Yep.
And he would not come back if he wasn't able to play at that high level.
Agreed.
So I'm not questioning Tom Brady's skill level at all.
So
because I think he's still top 5 in quarterbacks.
Great segue, though, of my question. And my question is, though, is Tom Brady all in mentally?
That's the question. But I look at it this way. Tom Brady can turn the switch on. I truly believe he can turn the switch on. He's got a ton of experience, and he's never had to worry about that part of it.
Exactly.
But with all these outside things,
the personal stuff now.
But when he walks onto that field, I think it's all business.
Okay.
It's all business.
All right. Let's talk about the New Orleans Saints. 9-8 last season, 2nd in the NFC South. New head coach, Dennis Allen, former defensive coordinator for them. Offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael. They didn't officially name a defensive coordinator, Chris Richard, been rumored. But again, Dennis Allen, I believe, will continue to call the defensive plays for this team. 28th overall in offense, 304.5 yards per game, 32nd in passing at 187.4. That has to improve. The dead last in the league last season. 15th rushing, 117.1 yards per game, 19th in points at 21.4 points per game. 7th defensively, very good defensively. Obviously, we know what they did against Tampa Bay and able to control Tom Brady. That's pretty impressive. 318.2 yards against, 14th against the pass at 224.8, 4th against the rush at 93.5, 4th in points allowed at 19.7 points per game, a +7 in the turnover differential, 9th overall in the NFL. Couple of key additions: Jarvis Landry, the wide receiver from Cleveland, came over. Tyrann Mathieu, the safety from Kansas City, the Honey Badger. That's a big pickup for them. Andy Dalton, quarterback from Chicago. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but you got to question Winston's health, and sometimes just having a veteran that might have to step in. Key loss, though, Tyron Armstead, the tackle from Miami. First round, though, this year, Chris Olave, the wide receiver from Ohio State, and then Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle in the first round. So they try to replace Armstead with Penning, Olave to give them more options in the passing game. What do you think about the New Orleans Saints this season?
Well, first of all, I worry about their quarterback play because of the health factor. And to be honest with you, I don't think he plays a full season. So that's going to leave Andy Dalton as your backup. New coach.
The Red Rifle?
There's a look. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt last season in Chicago, and he couldn't do it there. Couldn't do it. And he definitely has slipped in talent.
The talent, though. The talent, no, but the talent in New Orleans is better than what he had in Chicago.
Yes.
So I'm not saying, look, he's a barn burner, he's gonna tear it up. What I would say is this: if he had to step in, you talk about Alvin Kamara, you talk about a Michael Thomas, if he decides he's going to play and participate, Jarvis Landry, you got Olave now, the rookie wide receiver. So you've got some talent on this team that he could actually throw the ball to versus what he had in Chicago. I'm not saying, listen, it's all going to be on Winston. Can he improve from a completion percentage? 59% is not good. You don't want to be under 60. Can he stay healthy?
Look,
those are the two keys.
The big thing is coaching.
Dennis Allen, it's going to be crucial. He knows this team though. He's been there. He's been around with Sean Payton. He was Sean Payton's defense coordinator, so he knows. At least it's not things are changing completely or drastically where the team's like, we didn't do this, or I'm sure he keeps some of it. I'm sure he wants to change some, but I'm sure he would keep some of it as well.
Yeah, when it all is said and done, I just not sold on the man that's going to be under center.
Behind the center. Okay.
Yeah.
Strength of schedule, 7th overall. 528 win percentage. Look, week 6, Cincinnati. Week 7 at Arizona. Week 8, Las Vegas. Week 9, Baltimore. Week 10 at Pittsburgh. Week 11, Rams. Week 12 at San Francisco. Week 13 at Tampa Bay.
That's a hard schedule.
That is brutal.
Right.
That's 7 games. I mean, that is a brutal stretch.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Look, I don't know. It's Winston. And can he be, the caliber quarterback he was in Florida State? I don't think he is anymore.
No.
He pretty much same weapons in Dallas. Again, you're right with Andre Dalton. Andy Dalton, Andre. I just renamed him. Maybe he's better as Andre Dalton. We should probably go that route.
Maybe. He could be.
I think he's in a steady decline. He's been declining for years. Didn't do well in Dallas. Didn't do well in Chicago. I'm not saying he'd be the answer in New Orleans. What I would say is if he had to step in for a game or two, I would feel a little bit better if Winston goes down for more than half the season, they're done.
Yeah.
They're done.
Right.
But again,
how confident are you for Winston to play 12 games?
75%.
That just tells you,
So
we're looking at maybe like a 10-game season.
Yeah.
That's what we're really saying.
Yeah. If they can get 10 games, they improve over last season. It might be a stretch. You're to your point. I like what they did defensively, though. Adam Mathau is big. Cameron Jordan, again, a stud. They've got players on the defense. They can control that part of it. It's going to be interesting to see what they do offensively. This team's going to revolve around offense. I don't think defensively they drop at all. It's going to all be, can that offense improve enough to get them into the playoffs?
Yeah, and whether or not he can even handle controlling head coaching duties and defensive coordinator duties too. So there's a lot there. We had those concerns with New England.
Yeah, but we don't even know who's calling the offensive plays
right.
or the defensive plays. Who knows anymore? So, yeah, very, very concerning. All right, let's talk about a team that I feel is just going to be – they're competing with the Chicago Bears for the worst team in the league, and that's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. 7-10 last season, 3rd in the NFC South. Obviously, a ton of changes. Arthur Smith's the head coach. Last season was his first year, so 7-10. Dave Rigoni is their offensive coordinator, and Dean Pease, sorry.
Split Pease?
Split Pease, yeah. He was a former New England coordinator. He's been around for a while. He's been around. But 29th offensively last season, 303.8 yards per game, 16th in passing at 218.4, 31st in rushing at 85.4, 26th in points per game at 18.4. Defensively, 26th overall, 364.4 yards allowed, 18th against the pass at 232.5, 27th against the rush at 131.9, 29th points against at 27 points per game, and turnover differential -6, which was 25th. Key addition, quarterback Marcus Mariota came over from Las Vegas Raiders. Key losses, Matt Ryan, Russell Gage, Dante Fowler Jr., linebacker, went to Dallas. Number 1 draft pick, Drake London, wide receiver. Your thoughts on the Atlanta Falcons?
Oh, God. Atlanta, you might as well just keep watching baseball. Because you are not going to see anything good this year.
Because even the Hawks are going to struggle this year. Yeah, this might be their best shot.
Yeah.
Are they bringing back the Thrashers in the NHL? Because maybe there's an option. They weren't very good either.
They better hope. Look, this team is just decimated. And now you don't even have a guy like Ryan to at least make other players actually better. Like he's a very, I don't want to say not a very good quarterback, but a very above average quarterback. He's a smart player. He does make plays.
He made it to the Super Bowl.
Does know how to do that. Yeah, he did make it to the Super Bowl.
Sorry.
It wasn't his fault.
Nope, definitely not.
That was coaching.
Without a doubt. Similar to, Seattle, run the ball. It was the same thing. Run the ball. But anyway.
When you have a guy that averages 5.4 yards and you're, at the 2 at the time, was it?
Yeah.
Was it the 2?
Yeah. Just ridiculous.
Do the math.
This is where, when we talk about coaching and how important it is to a team, I didn't like Tennessee's offense a couple of years ago anyway. They were a product of Derrick Henry and what they were able to do. Yeah. Arthur Smith came from that same philosophy. So I don't think he's a very good coach. I'm not going to say he's a horrible coach, but I don't think he's a very good coach.
His chair is very, very warm right now.
Yeah, it should be. I think this team regresses to a point. Look, if they get 3 to 4 wins, I'd be surprised.
I have them 2.
Offensively, they got Kyle Pitts, who I think is going to regress a little bit because now you don't have Matt Ryan throwing the ball. Marcus Mariota has not shown in the past that he can lead a team and win games.
No.
Drake London, I thought, was a horrible pick. The wide receiver from USC. I didn't like that pick when they did it. No talent on defense. They lost their top leading tacklers, both of them.
Yep.
They really have nothing left on this team.
They are going to be a sieve.
Poor Cordell Patterson, who last season was their wide receiver, their running back, and he played quarterback for a stretch. Like, the guy did everything for him. He's all they have, and they're basically going to do the same thing this season and say, look, how many different places can we put you? He kick returned. He punt returned. He was their wide receiver. He was their running back. He's going to have to do it again this season.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Strength of schedule, 9th overall, 524 win percentage. Week 5 at Tampa Bay, 6 San Francisco, week 7 at Cincinnati, week 8 Carolina, and then week 9 the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah.
All losses.
Yeah. Look,
all losses.
The only wins that they can possibly get really is against teams like Houston, Chicago, Jets. This is and I'm not even sure they can beat the Jets. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a bad team.
Yes.
This is about as bad as it gets.
Chicago at least has the defense.
Yeah.
And there's still, again, if Roquan Smith plays, this is, I think, the worst team in the league. The Atlanta Falcons will be the worst team in the league.
Well,
that's my prediction.
They might be the worst team in the league. That I will give you. but they might not finish with the worst record.
Okay. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Let's talk about the Carolina Panthers. So this is going to be a very interesting team. They went 5-12 last season, fourth in the NFC South. Obviously, the amount of injuries last season played a small factor in that. But they're coached by Matt Rule, 10-23 as the head coach. New offensive coordinator, Ben McAdoo, former New York Giants coach, didn't do very well there. And then Phil Snow, their defensive coordinator. They were 30th overall on offense, 298.9 yards per game, 29th against passing at 190.5, 20th rushing the ball at 108.4, 29th in points at 17.9 points per game. Defensively, they shined. Second overall in defense, gave up 305.9 yards per game. Fourth against the pass at 192.1. 18th against the rush at 113.8. 21st points allowed at 23.8. 31st in turnover differential at minus 13. Couple of key additions. Baker Mayfield, quarterback, Cleveland Browns. Xavier Woods, the safety from Minnesota, who was their leading tackler last season, Xavier Woods. So very good pickup there. So you added to your defense. Key losses, though, Stephon Gilmore, which I thought lost a step anyway, went to Indianapolis. Cam Newton became a free agent. Nobody's picked him up yet. And then Hassan Reddick, the linebacker, who was their number one sacks leader last season, went over to Philadelphia. Philadelphia, very good team. Don't sleep on them. They drafted Akeem Akwanu, offensive tackle, in the first round, and also Matt Corral, the quarterback, in the third round. Not going to play this season, though. Ended up being on the IR. Your overall thoughts on the Carolina Panthers?
I actually like the team because, yeah, they did lose a big piece on defense, but they gain a big piece on defense.
Yeah.
You know, so to me, I think the gain outdid what they lost. Yes, they lost somebody that led them in tackles, but they do have other players on that team that can put up those numbers, even as a group.
Yeah, your second overall defensively last season. They were one of the best defenses in the league.
Right. So I think this team is going to be a solid defensive team. Now, this is also
other side of the ball, though.
This is also a team that had a very poor offense. So that defense was on the field a lot.
Yeah.
So now, look, take all the drama out of it with Baker Mayfield. I think the offense is going to improve. It can't get worse.
He's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. There's no question.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and for him to actually outplay him in the preseason, learning a new system, it speaks volume for the guy. I think the guy can do it. You know, I think the guy has a lot of skill. Yeah, he did a lot of the mouth work. Now, I think he's humbled, and that mouth is not going to be yapping. He's just going to work.
Yeah,
and I think this offense is going to be a lot better with a healthier McCaffrey.
Yeah,
that is key. That's the key. And I think this team that makes a big improvement.
This team goes as far as McCaffrey in his health. McCaffrey stays healthy. With the addition of Baker Mayfield, you got DJ Moore, who's one of the top wide receivers in the league.
Yeah.
To me, that's going to be key. If Baker stays healthy, Christian McCaffrey plays 15 games.
Yeah.
I think they're in really good shape.
You want to know the humorous thing, Eric? Last year, fantasy football, I had 6 starters out for almost the first 10 games. So what do I do in round 1? I draft Christian McCaffrey.
Again.
Right? But, you know, he's due for a full season.
I would hope.
Right?
Can't remember the last time it's
so
happened.
if he does say play 15 games, that puts them in a position to be way better than what they were.
Without a doubt. I agree with you. They are not a 5-win team. Healthy.
Right.
8, 9, 10. I mean 10. That's about where I would go with them. And I don't know where you had them, but I would go right around that 10 range. 10 and 7, I could see them doing. Especially you get 2 easy wins with Atlanta.
Yep.
But the strength of schedule, 12th overall, a 512 win percentage. Weeks 4 through 9, very tough though.
Yep.
Arizona, then week 5, San Francisco, at the Rams week 6, Tampa Bay week 7, week 9, they play Cincinnati.
It's a tough stretch.
So, very tough stretch in the middle of the season. You get through that part of it, win a couple games early. We know the Cleveland game week 1 and the hype that's going to be around that. Baker, keep your emotions in check. Win that game because it's important for your team, not because you're beating your former team. They do that. They win a couple games early. They win a couple games late. Possible playoff team. Possible.
What week is that?
For what? Cleveland?
Yeah.
Week 1. They play this week, Sunday.
Oh my God, that's a must see.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And I'll tell you what. What I do have is I have Carolina winning that game.
They should.
Yeah, they should.
They're more talented. Again, you think about no Deshaun Watson, which we'll get into when we cover the Cleveland Browns. But my one question to you, do you think Baker Mayfield will be the answer at quarterback for the Carolina Panthers?
I do, actually.
All right. I like it.
I do.
Manny, Jim Boy, do you believe Baker Mayfield will be the solution for the Carolina Panthers? So it's our time to rank the coaches, Ron, and then the division. You are up with the coaches.
Okay, so I have. This is actually a kind of a rough division.
It's a really weird one. Yes.
Yeah. But I went with Todd Bowles. A lot to do with him having Tom Brady there. Yeah. I mean, it's almost impossible to screw up so bad.
Yeah, he didn't do very well with the Jets his first time. So let's see if he can improve on that.
I have Dennis Allen, number 2.
Okay.
Now, it's weird because of where I have, New Orleans as a
finishing.
record.
Yeah.
But I think he is a good coach. I just think he needs to learn how to head coach. And that's where the problem is going to be.
We'll see.
But it's a learning process.
Can he adjust?
Number 3, I have Matt Rule.
Okay.
I don't even want to put the next guy on the list, to be honest with you, because he doesn't deserve to be on the list. He's terrible. He's terrible.
Hey, we saw this exactly the same way.
Yeah.
I got it exactly 1, 2, 3, 4 the same way you got it. Bowles.
It almost can't be any different. You know what I'm saying? It's like
it's very different. Like I said, I could have I just don't think Rule's a very good coach, and I couldn't put him ahead of Allen.
Right.
That's the only reason why.
And which leads that is the reason. That is the reason for which we'll get into next.
Yeah. Once we finish the NFC East, we are doing our first pick and roll, and it's going to be our top 5 head coaches on the hot seat. Stay tuned for that as well. Right after we finish the NFC, the division. I have it going. I know this is kind of crazy, but I got Tampa Bay winning the division.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm thinking. I feel like I'm going to regret that. At number 2, though, the Carolina Panthers. I feel like the health, the key, they stay healthy. I got the Carolina Panthers, New Orleans at 3, obviously the Atlanta Falcons 4th and not even closer in this division. By week 6, they're out of it. That's how I got this division.
I have it the exact same way.
We know our NFC South, do we not, my friend?
Look, I mean, I go a little further and I look at everybody's schedule. Yep. Okay, so I have – this is going to be – okay, so you know how I told you before that there's going to be teams that could flip-flop and stuff like that? I have Tampa Bay at a very, I should say, soft 14-3.
Okay.
Soft. Because of a lot of those question marks, they could certainly go down to 10-6. I don't see them going any further than that. But they still take the division. No matter what, they're going to take the division. I have Carolina second at 8-9.
Okay, I could see, like I said, right, 7 to
8 and
10.
9, and it's because
Yeah.
of that coaching.
Yeah,
Because I
agreed.
think they blow some just not getting the team prepared.
Yeah,
To
yeah,
be honest with you, New Orleans 6-12, but again, that could probably go up to 10 if Winston stays healthy the whole season. If that defense and the fact that he has to learn how to head coach and call the plays at the same time, that means a lot, and not everybody can do that. And that's why I worry about New Orleans, because it's certainly, the defense is there. It is a
yeah,
solid defense, but that quarterback,
agreed. I could
that
see it.
scares
Yeah.
me too much. And I have Atlanta at 2-15 at best. At best.
Yes. Manny, same way. Thank you. Right? Manny sees it as well, like we do. And I love what he said about Baker. If you think about what Jimmy G did for San Francisco, if Baker Mayfield just doesn't turn the ball over, helps them, they got you know what I mean? They've got a solid running back if he stays healthy. Good wide receivers, don't turn the ball over. He could get them. He could very well get them into
and
a
you
position.
already see the change in mentality with him, because he's not running the mouth all camp long. He didn't do that, and like, it never stopped before. And he's a very emotional guy, and I get it, and I don't want him to change that. Because basically it gives us fodder. But but I think he has that ego in check now.
Yeah,
he's been humbled.
It should be. You know what I mean? You get cut by a team that drafted you number one.
Right.
Or traded, technically, right? And what's that say to you? All right, I know Manny's going to have some interest in this. We're going to move on to the NFC East. Manny is a Dallas Cowboy fan, so I'm sure he's going to, chime in with his Dallas Cowboys right now. But we're going to bring up the division here and talk about the Dallas Cowboys, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Washington Commanders, and the New York Giants. So again, another interesting division. There should be a clear-cut favorite, but you never know. Let's see how we picked it. So we'll start off with the Dallas Cowboys. Last season, 12-5, first in the NFC East, third in the NFC overall. Lost in the first round of the playoffs. We know how that ugly scene at the end, Dak Prescott, they couldn't spike the ball to try to kick a field goal, which ultimately goes back to their head coach, who is coached. They are coached by Mike McCarthy. 18-15 overall as the Dallas Cowboys head coach. Offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, and defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. Very good coordinators. Both were up for head coaching jobs, decided to stay. Dallas paid them very well. Offensively, number one offense in the league last season at 407 yards per game. Second in passing at 282.4. Ninth in rushing, 124.6. First in points per game at 31.2. Defensively, even with the improvements, you thought they would be better. 19th defensively, 351 yards per game given up. 20th against the pass at 238.2. 16th against the rush at 112.8. And 7th points against at 21.1. Number one team, turnover differential plus 14. Created more turnovers than they gave up. Key additions, Dante Fowler Jr., the defensive end from Atlanta. James Washington, the wide receiver from Pitt. Couple of key losses, though. Amari Cooper, wide receiver, went over to Cleveland. La'el Collins, tackle, went over to Cincinnati. And Keanu Neal, the safety, went over to Tampa Bay. They did draft Tyler Smith, offensive line, in the first round to try to replace Collins. And now they got injuries as well on the offensive line with Tyron Smith. So, but that's another issue. But your overall thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, when you look at the losses, it's almost impossible to not take a step back. Look, when you get a team in their division that just went crazy this offseason in making their team better. Yeah.
Philadelphia looks very good.
And and you take some big losses, and that offensive line, look, that's a big loss.
Yeah.
That's a big loss. And you're already questioning the health of certain players. And now you lose people from the line that are going to protect said players. That's a hard pill to swallow when you think you can't get better than last year.
It's going to be very difficult. Look, Dak Prescott had a great year, 68.8% completion percentage, almost 70%. 4,449 yards passing, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
He's a very good quarterback. Very good. Not top 5 good, but there's a slim margin, from 5 to 10, So he's going to get the job done. He has the skill, but if he doesn't get protected,
how the loss of Amari Cooper, that could hurt them. We have the potential about penalties, right? Penalty, and again, that's coaching, right? One of the worst penalized teams in the league, but they have talent. Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, James Washington will be out for a little bit. He'll miss the first 4 games, but when he comes back, Dalton Schultz, their tight end, very good season last year, 78 receptions, 808 yards, 8 touchdowns. Ezekiel Elliott, his health, can he rebound and bounce back? He's been on the decline each year. He rushed for 1,000 yards though and 10 touchdowns last season. But to me, he needs to be that 12 to 1,300, 15 touchdown guy for them to advance in the playoffs. He has to have that kind of season. Very talented on defense. They built up that defense. DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, defensive rookie of the year last year.
Think about what keyed on him. I remember when he got drafted, and we wanted him in New England.
Yeah, he went 11th, 4 spots, and we kept saying trade up. Tony Pollard could be their number 1 option. Honestly, 719 yards rushing last season.
But
and what he gives you,
the same situation we talk about every year with this team. When you really think about it, yes, they can put up all these numbers. If Ezekiel isn't healthy, you have Pollard. Okay, they're still going to put up the numbers. They're still going to put up some numbers. They might have more turnovers, this year because of that offensive line, and that's a probability. So their turnover ratio could be a little different, and that could sway a lot of things. And then you talk about playoffs, and a lot of the playoffs, you're going to have to go against better quality competition. And therefore, if your coaching is lacking, that is where it's going to be glaring.
So let's just, for argument's sake, you put a Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Super Bowl.
Right? It's Mike McCarthy.
Super Bowl.
Right? Mike McCarthy is the key to their success or their failure, because Manny hit it, right? Their penalties are ridiculous. The time management, he made how many bad time management calls when it came to the end in the playoff game alone.
And I agree with Manny on that statement about Pollard.
And then their strength of schedule, Ron, 31st overall. They have the easiest schedule. Their division, right, wasn't very good other than the Eagles, who had a winning record. 462 win percentage. And they're spread out. Look, week 1, Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Week 5 at the Rams. Week 9 at Green Bay. Week 17 at Tennessee. They're not like going through a stretch where they're going to lose 3 or 4 games or have a possibility it's 3 or 4 games. They can stay consistent all season. Can Mike McCarthy turn it around coaching-wise and make sure that they are prepared and they continue even in the preseason so far? Penalties, they have not improved.
It's not changing.
That's coaching.
It's not
That's
changing.
coaching. That's coaching.
Peyton.
That's coaching. Here's a team now that we're going to talk about.
Oh, before you talk about it, think about this. Suppose McCarthy gets fired midseason.
Yeah, Sean Payton.
And they bring in Sean Payton.
Yeah.
How much of a difference does that make?
I
playoffs?
definitely got him in the playoffs. I got him winning the first round at least. At least.
And this is what we're looking at, because it's quite possible that they go out in the first round again.
But I know. I forgot to ask my question about
playoffs.
the Jerry Jones factor. How much does that affect this team this season with them knowing that McCarthy's definitely going to be on the hot seat?
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones, can he control his emotions enough and not create that distraction for the Dallas Cowboys?
Right. Right.
Let's talk about this Philadelphia Eagles team, man. I'm excited. I think this team this year could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
9-8 last season, second in the NFC East, seventh overall in the NFC. They lost to Tampa Bay in the first round. It was a good game, too.
Yeah, it was.
And they tried.
They actually impressed me because, it's like, okay, Philadelphia was, wasn't a team that everybody was like looking forward to seeing. And that was the first Philadelphia game that I watched last season was against the Tampa Bay, and they impressed me.
Yeah.
And I tell you, Jalen Hurts didn't get enough credit.
Agreed.
To getting them there.
Yeah.
He was good.
Yeah.
He was good.
No, I agree. Listen, as a Dallas Cowboy fan, man, they'll never win again with Jerry Jones. That's a great comment. It's a great comment. So the Philadelphia Eagles are coached by Nick Siriani. He went 9-8 last year in his first year with the team. Offensive coordinator Shane Steichen, and defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon. They were 14th overall in offense, 359.9 yards per game, 25th in passing at 200.2, first in rushing, 159.7 yards rushing per game, 12th in points, 26.1 points per game. Defensively, 10th overall, 328.8, 11th against the pass at 220.9, 9th against the rush at 107.9, 18th points against, 22.6. They were flat to the turnovers differential, 0, 18th right. Overall. So no more, no less. Key additions, A.J. Brown, wide receiver from Tennessee. James Bradbury, the running back from the Giants. Kazir White, the linebacker from the Chargers, was one of their number one tacklers. And Hassan Reddick, linebacker from Carolina, their number one sacks leader last season in Carolina. Key loss, Jordan Howard, running back, more of a backup. They did draft in the first round Jordan Davis, defensive tackle from Georgia, and then picked up in the third round Nakobe Dean, linebacker, who we both had going much higher on our draft board. Your thoughts on the Eagles?
Okay, so when you think of that turnover ratio, look, that's one of the focal points they had. So they bring in a couple of linebackers that, that makes the play and stops the play. Okay, they bring in a defensive tackle to get some pressure on the quarterback. And if you can get more pressure on a quarterback, that can only lead to turnovers. So, and when you get those solid linebackers that are hitting that running back, especially that running back, you could cause fumbles. And that's what they were looking for, more turnovers on that side of the ball. Now, you now bring in a wide receiver that could be, that chain mover and that big play as well. So, and a running back that has that it factor that can make a play bigger than what it normally would be. So they brought in some dynamic players. They don't have the names yet, but they brought in those dynamic players that have that potential to be those big players. And frankly, they surrounded Hurts with such good talent now.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible for them not to succeed.
Yeah, look, I love we can sit 61.3% completion percentage, 3,144 yards passing, 16 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, right? Need some improvement there. Also took 26 sacks. But he also rushed for 784 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Right.
So that dynamic of it with a Miles Sanders, if he stays healthy, that's key. I like the additions because now Devontae Smith isn't asked to be the number one.
Yeah.
Right? You get A.J. Brown as your number one. Devontae Smith as a number two. Very good. Dallas got it. Tight end, 56 receptions, 830 yards, 4 touchdowns last season. Solid. Fletcher Cox, Darius Slay, T.J. Edwards, Javon Hargrave, Josh Sweat, all solid players on defense.
Right.
This team doesn't see much weaknesses other than can Jalen Hurts improve his quarterback play enough to continue to shine. He needs to be at the 3,600 yards, maybe 25 touchdowns, right, passing, add that element. They need to get more. And from the passing game, your point, A.J. Brown, I disagree with Manny on this one. I think he is going to be such a big improvement for the Philadelphia Eagles because it's just he's much better than what they had at number 1 last season.
Absolutely.
And Devontae Smith was their number 1, and he's probably a better number 2.
Yeah.
So I think they made great moves. Strength of schedule also in their favor, 30th overall, a 4.64 win percentage. Small stretch where week 10, 11, and 12, week 10 at Indy, week 11, Green Bay, week 12, Tennessee. Both of those are at home. And the 2 key matchups that I'm going to be looking at, week 6 and week 16 against Dallas. They need to split with Dallas.
Yep.
If they do that, they may be able to take this division. I'm not saying they will, but they may be able to take this division this season. It's going to be close. I think there's going to be so much turmoil in Dallas with this head coaching situation that they may slip. They may slip. But we will discuss that when we go through our division rankings. So we're going to talk about the Washington Commanders, Ron, and they were 7-10 last season, 3rd in the NFC East. Their head coach is Ron Rivera, 14-19 overall as the Washington head coach. Scott Turner, their offensive coordinator, and Jack Del Rio is their defensive coordinator. They were 20th overall in offense with 323.6 yards per game, 21 in passing at 202.4, 12th in rushing at 121.2, 24th in points at 19.7 points per game. Defensively, 22nd overall, 359.3 yards per game given up, 29th against the pass at 254.9, 8th against the rush at 104.4, 25th passes points against at 25.5, and a -5 in the turnover differential, which was 24th overall. Key addition, Carson Wentz, quarterback from Indianapolis. Key losses, Landon Collins, safety, he's a free agent. Ricky Seals-Jones, the tight end, went to the New York Giants. They picked up in the first round Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver from Penn State. Your thoughts on the Washington Commanders?
Well, as long as they have that owner, this team is never going to succeed because he just doesn't know what he's doing as an owner. And he doesn't put the right people in place.
We should have on this one, we should have ranked the owners because they're probably some of the 3 worst owners right now, realistically, in this.
Probably.
With the Giants, too. They're a mess, too. The Maras.
Yeah, look,
Schneider, Jerry Jones, not very good owners.
Washington just isn't going to be good. Like, they didn't do anything to solve their problems.
Carson Wentz.
No.
But he's a serviceable quarterback. To me, he's not a starting winning quarterback. He will get the job done on occasions. The games you need him to win, he will lose.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
They had to win one game against one of the worst teams in the league last year in Jacksonville, and they blew it.
Yep.
That's the only game he really needed to win, and they couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. And this is what you're going to get. I mean, like, Washington goes into Dallas, they're losing both those games. Washington goes against Philadelphia, they're losing both those games. They'll split with New York Giants. So you're already,
5 losses in.
1-5 before you even do anything else. The team's not going to be good. It's not going to be a good team.
And they've got some talent. Antonio Gibson, over 1,000 yards last season.
Yeah.
McKissick, again, solid back. He does a lot for him. My question would be Tyler Heineke. Can he overtake Carson Wentz? If Wentz struggles, look, he threw for 3,400 yards, 20 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, 38 sacks. Got to get rid of the ball. Can't turn the ball over.
They can't protect him.
Their wide receivers, McLaurin is very good, but then Curtis Samuel's been a bust.
Yeah,
Is
they
Jahan
can't
Dotson?
protect anybody. They can't protect anybody. I mean, it all comes down to that all the time.
And another one, they were so solid on defense 2 years ago, and then Chase Young, as he can't stay healthy, and he's already going to miss some of this season. So you sit back and go, okay, there's no end in sight where you feel good about where they're going and what direction they're heading in. Strength of schedule is the only thing in their benefit. 31st, 462 win percentage, but again, because they play in a bad division.
Yeah.
At times it's the team's going to have a lot of wins. Week 16, 17, 18 at San Francisco, Cleveland at home, and Dallas.
All losses.
All losses. They'll probably be out of it by then, but you think about if they're even in it, that's a tough stretch right at the end of the season.
Yep.
I don't feel good about this. I agree with you. The owner had to go, and I'm surprised he's still there. So that changes as well. There's going to be issues in Washington. But let's talk about the New York Giants. 4-13 last season, 4th in the NFC East. They are now coached by new head coach Brian Daboll. Came over from Buffalo as their offensive coordinator. Mike Kafka is their new offensive coordinator, and Don Martindale is their new defensive coordinator. They were 31st overall in offense, 287.3 yards per game, 31st in passing yards at 188, 24th in rushing at 99.3, 31st in points at 15.2 points per game. Defensively, 21st overall, 354.8 yards given up, 15th in passing yards allowed at 225.8, 25th against the rush at 129 yards per game, 23rd points allowed at 24.5, turnover differential -8, which was 26th in the league. Couple of key additions: Tyrod Taylor, quarterback from Houston; Matt Breida, the running back, came over from Buffalo. They did lose Evan Ingram, tight end, to Jacksonville; Jabril Peppers, safety, to New England; and Logan Ryan, the safety, to Tampa Bay, who now he's been cut by Tampa Bay as well. Did draft.
He'll end up in New England again.
Kayvon Thibodeau with the first round, and Evan Neal, the tackle from Alabama, in the first round. So a couple of good draft picks. They drafted well. We talked about that during our draft show. We thought they drafted very well. Your thoughts on the New York Giants,
though? Look. Okay, I don't even know where to begin with the Giants. Like, I'm so used to this team being a factor in every season for the most part, but they're irrelevant. They're irrelevant. And when you have all those numbers that you gave and all those stats, and you don't get anything that's in like the top 25, that's you can't improve enough to be a factor.
Look, Daboll, very good offensive coordinator.
It's going to take him a couple of years.
We're going to have to see what he can build. Daniel Jones, again, this is the year to make it or break it for him.
He's going to bring it, and that's why they brought in Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got to look at this. Saquon Barkley has got to be one of the biggest busts in recent memory, because we expected this guy to just put up numbers upon numbers, and it hasn't happened.
No. Can't stay on the field.
After the boat picture, with Odell Beckham Jr. Good call, Manny, on that one. Remember that?
I forgot about that.
And then after that, they've stunk. They really have. They picked up Kenny Golladay last season, didn't produce. Kadarius Toney, one of their draft picks, he's been horrible. Sterling Shepard, none of these guys got over 40 catches last season. Yeah,
you just look. The good thing on what the Giants did is put somebody in place that can get the job done.
Yeah, offensively, yes, it needs it.
Now, whether or not they're going to allow him to get the job done is a different story.
Look, this team,
because owners has a way of getting in the way.
Yeah, but I think they finally backed off. Let them draft. They drafted well.
They did.
You get a staple at tackle in Evan Neal. You get a guy at linebacker in Thibodeau that should be able to create some havoc. Yep. Leonard Williams played very well for their defense last year. Tate Crowder, 130 tackles, a forced fumble. They've got some talent.
Yeah.
How fast they put it together offensively is going to be key. Again, I don't think they're the worst team in the league. They're in the bottom 5. And it's just because they got to build this thing back up. And I think it's going to take time to figure out. If they can't figure out their quarterback, they're going to struggle for the next 5 years. Yeah. If Daniel Jones ends up turning into and I think, look, he's a very athletic quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback. But you got to give him talent. He's not going to win he's not a Tom Brady who, your best wide receivers were in the bottom half of the league, but he could make them better. He needs top guys, and he can win enough games for you. So it's going to be on how they build it. And Saquon Barkley, to me, look, if you don't do anything this year, it's a done deal. Like, he's done. He's all done. His career is over.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets traded.
Yeah. Strength of schedule, 29th, 465 winning percentage. Week 3 against Dallas, week 5, Green Bay, then at Baltimore. So a little tough stretch. That Green Bay game's in London. So we could see right early in the season, again, where they stand. Does Daboll turn it around? I mean, that would be my question. Can he do that? Is there enough talent there so far for him to be able to turn it around?
This season, there isn't enough talent. There's just not enough. It's going to take him a little while. Like we saw a couple of pieces get drafted. That's going to help. It's going to get them some playing time, some experience. And I think this coaching staff is going to key in on those players that they just drafted to get them ready. This is what we want you to do. This is where we want you to be at the end of the season. Then next year you come in, you pick up from there, and then things will grow.
Yeah, agreed. So we are going to rank our coaches and then do our divisional pick here. I start with coaches now. I went Nick Siriani. I think he did a great job last season, and now he's got added talent. I think he's going to do a great job for them. Number 2, and it's only based on because the other 2 teams are so bad, Mike McCarthy. And he should not be second on this list, but the other 2 guys just have not produced enough with their respective teams. Ron Rivera, again, I think that's more ownership, and he's going to continue to struggle in Washington. I don't know if he holds on to his job. And then I went Brian Daboll just because the unknown, how fast can he build an offense? If he can get that offense built quicker, he'll be higher on this list.
I kind of looked at it a little different, a very little different. But number 1, I went with Nick Sirianni. Look, I think he's just done a good job with, the little talent. Yeah. I shouldn't say little talent that he had, but it was young, raw talent.
It wasn't what the Cowboys had.
Right. Number 2. I went with Ron Rivera.
Ooh, okay.
Look, I just don't think, I think he does a good job coaching what he has. I really do think he does a good job at that. The problem is he doesn't know how to get the talent. And I don't know if he has a lot to say in that, but I think that's where the issue is. He doesn't know how to get the talent. He knows how to, work with what he has, and he hasn't had a lot. Number 3, I went with Brian Daboll because I think, this is first year head coach with the Giants. I liked where they drafted, and, that's what we have to go with him. That's all we got right now. And I like the start of something. You got to start somewhere with a team like this, and that was something, and I think they did a really good job with that, so I gave him credit for it.
Okay.
And number 4, I have Mike McCarthy because I think he's by far one of the worst coaches in the league. And
I could agree. I mean, he's got very strong offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. So.
Look, I mean, he's going to win with that kind of talent. He's going to win games. But when you lose games because of the lack of preparedness and just bad coaching, to me, that outweighs anything negative on the other coaches in this division. I think he's the worst coach.
No, and I could see that. Honestly, as I started to look at it, I'm like, I could move him down. All right. So what about your division winners, Ron? Your division. Right. How do you see this division stacking up? Manny, how do you see it? I wonder if Manny's going to put Dallas first. What do you think? I think he will.
Yeah, he probably will, but he'd be wrong.
Wow.
I got Philadelphia winning this division 13-4.
Wow, that's a big jump.
I think
Okay.
the talent that they brought in is a huge difference. Huge difference. Because it wasn't just a player or two. No. They brought in, 5 quality players.
Yes.
And that is on both sides of the ball. You got a team that was 12th in offense, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
12th in offense.
Yeah.
That's in the top third, basically. It's one spot away from being in the top third. And now you just added 2 key pieces. That's going to jump them up into the top 8 easily. And that's going to be a tough team to contend with, because now, while you have Hurts scrambling to get that run, and now everybody collapses in on that, and then he throws the ball. Wow. Then you have 2 guys that you can throw that ball to that are going to turn something into nothing. I mean, nothing into something, I should say. And I think it's going to be a big jump, and they are, in fact, going to split with Dallas, but they are, in fact, going to beat the other 2 teams to death.
Yeah.
And I think they have a pretty good schedule, and when I worked out that schedule, that's what it came out to be. And I can't see them, changing much. Maybe 1 win less.
5 would still be pretty damn good.
Right. It's only a 3-game,
Eagles first. Dallas second.
Dallas would be second, 12-5. Again, they dominate their schedule. It's a pretty easy schedule for a team that came in first, which I don't understand why. But I'm not the schedule maker. Then I have Washington 4-13 and Giants 4-13. I think they're just both going to be terrible. Washington has a little more talent, a better coach. I shouldn't say a better coach, but a better system that has been in play.
Okay.
I mean, when you're starting from nothing, with New York, you're not going to have 4 wins is going to be tough for them.
Yeah, I see it a little different. I got the Dallas Cowboys still winning the division.
Yep.
Philadelphia close second, though. I really think Philadelphia, again, to your point, that could flip-flop. Manny's even said it, his pick, that he wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles win it.
One game either way.
And it's all going to be dependent on, like you said, week 6, week 16, those 2 matchups and how they fare there. I got the Giants third.
Yeah.
And I just think Daboll is going to be able to do enough with that offense to at least be better than Carson Wentz and what he's going to do with the Commanders.
Oh, that could be possible too. Like I said,
and again, we're splitting hairs. I don't think it's going to be maybe 6 wins, 5 wins that, those 2 teams. I don't see it.
It's minimal. It doesn't change the facts of where they're going to be.
All right. So that's the NFC for us. And before we go on to the AFC, we're going to do our first pick and roll. And our first pick and roll, Manny, you can jump in here if you want as well. And we're going to give you our 5 head coaches on the hot seat.
Yeah, I got to find it.
So we're basically going to decide. We didn't pre-pick names. Ron could have different names than I have, but this is Ron's 5 head coaches on the hot seat that most likely to get fired either during the season or right after this season, or again, where I see that we fit. So, Ron, do you want to start this one or you want to start the next pick and roll?
Oh, I can start this one. That's fine.
You want to start this one? All right.
Yeah,
so
sure.
your top 5 head coaches on the hot seat.
Okay. Number 5, I actually have Robert Saleh from the
New York Jets. Okay.
Mostly because, it is the Jets, and they seem to make rash decisions at any moment, and if they start off like I think they're going to start off, even though it might not necessarily be the coach's fault, but this this organization has a habit of doing this. And I think, I don't know how long Wilson's going to be out for, and, when he comes back, if he's going to even be effective.
Well, they say it's possibility for week 1, so we'll see.
Yeah, so, so we'll see what happens with that. But, either way, I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm like, they're not going to be very good.
Okay.
They actually have a pretty difficult schedule. So,
yeah.
So I think he could be on the hot seat, because if they go on like maybe an early, like 1-3 or 1-4, he could be in trouble. Number 4, I have Pete Carroll. And
okay.
Look, it's only because this team is going to be bad. He may not want to be there for the rebuild, and he might ask basically to be out.
I could see that. That's
so I'm probably expecting a coaching change there, because they're going to be really bad, and I think he's going to want out, kind of like a retirement thing. Number 3, I have Arthur Smith. This team is going to be so bad that I think they're just going to make a change, because the direction isn't going to get any better. And they're just going to make a change and hope that they can figure things out. This team's going to be bad. And, if Arthur Smith had anything to do with putting this roster together, it's going to cost him.
Okay. I like it.
Number 2, this is going to be an interesting one. Frank Reich.
Okay.
For Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Because, we know the collapse last year. Now, they brought in Ryan to hopefully not have that happen.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was a major collapse in a certain game that Ryan was part of. And, oh, my Lord, if this happens again, you're going to look at Reich is going to be out. So if he doesn't make the playoffs, he's going to be out. And if they start off badly, he's going to be out.
Okay. I could see it.
And number 1, Mike McCarthy.
Wow. Okay.
Look, if they don't win a playoff game, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. And I think he has to win at least 2 not to be gone. And in fact, I think he's going to be gone mid-season.
I could see that. And Sean Payton's out there. You said it earlier.
That's right.
You said it earlier.
Right.
Hey, great list.
Look, if Dallas loses 3 games at the beginning of the season, and that is possible, they have a tough schedule at the beginning.
Their first 3 games are very, very tough.
So if that happens, they go 0-3. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
I could see it. So we had it a little different, actually much different, but I love it, because I the way you saw it and the way I saw it, a little different. At number 5, I had Kevin Stefanski. Cleveland Browns.
I actually have him. He was the first name I thought of. He's first on the list, and then I ended up just dropping him because, they're not going to have Deshaun for 11 weeks.
But I also feel like he was part of that move.
Yeah.
They ousted Baker, and I feel like the pressure for the Cleveland Browns to win is getting smaller. Like, they need to do it.
Yeah.
They
I can see how you put him on that list.
Yeah, they can't just be the Cleveland Browns.
But he was the first name I thought of.
Yeah. So at number 4, I think this is the only guy we had on both lists. Frank Reich. I agree with you. Indianapolis.
Yep.
Again, bring in Matt Ryan. What's going to happen? And if it fails, look, you've had 3 different quarterbacks, 3 different years now. And if it fails each year, that may be the head coach. Number 3, I had Ron Rivera.
Yeah, I can see that too.
The Washington Commanders, I just feel like, look, Carson Wentz, it's not going to go well. Dan Schneider's already going to be tired of this whole thing, and they're going to want to rebuild again. And here we go again. Ron Rivera will be out. At number 2, and I think this guy has the most pressure out of any head coach going into this season, Brandon Staley, the Los Angeles Chargers. He's going to go into his 3rd season or 2nd season. But you think about the talent that they have built for this team to win now And if he finishes last in this division, which could happen, that's the AFC West is so wide open. Any one of these teams can finish first or last. If he finishes last, I don't think he holds on to his job. And he made a lot of bad coaching decisions last season, going for it on a lot of fourth downs, ended up costing them. And then even at the end of the game with the Raiders, where if they both tied, they would have got in, and he made a bad call. So I'd be questioned. But at number one, this guy has tried several different quarterbacks, has come into this league. He's got 10 wins. Matt Rule, Carolina Panthers. I don't think he makes it through the season. And I don't think it's not because Carolina won't do well. I just think that they're not going to do well enough. And I feel like he's just been a bad coach. It was a bad decision. He came out of college. He wasn't ready for the pros. Matt Rule would be my number one coach on the hot seat.
No, I can see it.
But really good, both of us. I like it.
No,
we both had different guys, but all kind of different. And you know what? Honestly, if we did a top 10, I'm sure all 5 of these guys would have been on all.
And I'm going to throw another name out there.
Okay.
That could be very interesting.
Yeah.
Matt Lafleur.
If they fail in the playoffs, yes.
Look, great regular season record. You know, that's all fine and dandy. But if you can't win
when it counts,
like they should not be losing to Jimmy Garoppolo's San Francisco 49ers. Should not be.
I got one shocking. I'm not sure you're ready for this.
No, say Bill.
Don't say Bill. Bill Belichick.
No, I can understand that too.
I will say that if this experiment doesn't go well, Robert Kraft cannot sit back and say, I'm not going to consider this because maybe this guy is kind of faded himself out of what today's NFL is.
Yeah.
Just saying. I don't think, look, I'm saying there's a small percentage, but I wouldn't be shocked if it happened. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't either because, bottom line is Bob Kraft wants to win.
Yeah.
And if somebody is not going to be able to get that done and then really shows it,
And the Brady experiment didn't work. We can win without Tom Brady. It's still not where we think it needs to be. All right, let's move on to the AFC. I'm excited. We're going to start off right with the hottest division in football, the probably toughest one to pick, and that's going to be this AFC West. The Denver Broncos, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Los Angeles Chargers. All these teams have basically gone all in, as we call it. They've all changed either coaches, quarterbacks, players. This is going to be very interesting to see. We're going to start right off with the Kansas City Chiefs, who won this division last season at 12-5, were the second seed in the AFC, and lost to the Cincinnati Bengals in the AFC Championship game. They're coached by Andy Reid, who's 103-42 overall with his time in Kansas City. Offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy and defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo. They were third overall in offense at 396.8 yards per game, fourth in passing at 281.8, 16th rushing at 115 per game, and fourth in points at 28.2. Defensively, 27th overall, 368.9 yards given up, 27th in passing yards allowed at 251.4, 21st in rushing yards allowed at 117.6, 8th in points allowed at 21.4 points against. This one surprised me. Turnover differential of a +4. So, again, thought it would be better. They did cough the ball up more than they probably should have. Key additions, Juju Smith-Schuster, wide receiver from Pittsburgh. Marquez Valdes-Scantling from Green Bay, the wide receiver. But they did lose Tyreek Hill to Miami and Tyrann Mathieu to New Orleans. They drafted in the first round Trent McDuffie, the cornerback. George Kalafdis, the defensive end. We like that pick. I know I hacked that name there. And then in the second round, Sky Moore, the wide receiver, who could have an impact this season with the Kansas City Chiefs. Your thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs and their possibilities of returning to the AFC Championship game?
Not to abuse my puns, but the sky's the limit.
The sky is the limit.
Look, this team is still going to be dynamic. Yes, you lost Tyreek Hill. They're still going to put up numbers, okay? You still have some talent there. They still have some guys that can stretch the field. They have a bunch of those guys that still can burn. Okay. You still have Kelsey.
Yep. That's tight end in football.
This team is going to score points. It's going to score points. That wasn't the problem last year.
Yeah, it's defense.
The problem was defense, and you lost Matthew. Well, what did you do to help that defense?
Yeah.
And look, they're still going to be able to put up the numbers, but they might not be able to stop the numbers as well.
Yeah, and again, this division, all these teams can score, put up points. It's going to be interesting.
And I'll tell you, there's going to be a dogfight in this division. Now, it's going to have to come from out of the division. So who can put up the best record outside of the division? Because, if all is even, these teams are probably all going to split with each other.
Yeah.
Most likely. I don't see anybody dominating enough, to win on the road, to be honest with you. I don't think that's going to happen. It could, one way or the other, but I think as a whole, this division is going to balance itself out within itself. So it's got to be elsewhere.
Yeah, look, Patrick Mahomes, you can't ask him to do more. The guy, again, another great season, 66.3 completion, 4,800 yards passing, 37 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. It's all those other key guys other than Kelsey.
Right.
Can Scantling step up? Can Schuster step up? Can Edwards-Helaire step up and take away some of that loss of a Tyreek Hill? That's a big if. That's a big question mark there.
Yeah.
And then to your point, defensively, again, if you're putting up 28 points, but you're giving up 21, if that number goes up and your offense goes down a little bit, some of those games you were winning by a touchdown, you may be losing by a field goal.
Yeah.
And now
you look at games like Buffalo. That's a perfect example.
Yeah. And then listen to this stretch, Ron. So they're tied for the fifth hottest strength of schedule at 53.3% win percentage. Week 4 through week 9. At Tampa Bay, Las Vegas, Buffalo, at San Francisco. Then they get a bye, and then they got Tennessee.
Yeah.
That is an extremely tough test for a team as good as they are.
It is.
That Buffalo considered a favorite. Tampa Bay considered a favorite. San Francisco, depending on the quarterback play. Tennessee, best record in the AFC last season. Vegas, with what they've done. I would question this as this could be the year that the Kansas City Chiefs don't win this division.
It could be.
Could be. So let's look at the Las Vegas Raiders, and they've made some changes. 10-7 last season, second in the AFC West, fifth overall in the AFC. They lost to Cincinnati in the first round last season. They are coached by Josh McDaniels, his first year in Vegas. Mick Lombardi, new offensive coordinator, and Patrick Graham, new defensive coordinator. They were 11th overall in offense last season, 363.8. 6th passing at 268.6. 28th in rushing, 95.1. 18th in points at 22 points per game. Defensively, 14th overall, 337.2 yards given up. 13th against the pass at 222.9. 19th against the rush at 114.3, 26th in points allowed at 25.8. So that has to improve. 27th in the turnover differential, a -9. Definitely could hurt them in this division if they don't improve that number. Key additions, Devontae Adams, wide receiver from Green Bay, and Chandler Jones, the linebacker from Arizona. They did lose their backup quarterback, Marcus Mariota, to Atlanta. In the third round, that was their first pick. They drafted Dylan Farham, offensive lineman. So, again, trying to get some depth on the offensive line. Your thoughts on the Las Vegas Raiders?
Well, they certainly went all in, and I'll tell you, getting Adams and Chandler Jones is tremendous because, first of all, you put a dynamic wide receiver for a guy that can throw the ball, that
College,
he's gonna win the matchup.
college
there.
teammates too.
Right.
So they already have a chemistry.
Right. So you're not hurting yourself by doing that. You're only gaining the best wide receiver in the league, in my opinion. You have to double him. And then you got somebody open that, like Renfro, with tight end. I can't think of his name.
Darren Waller.
Waller, yes, Waller. Like that. This offense is going to be incredible.
Yeah, it should be. Look, they've
Then
got
the defense,
all
the
the time.
pressure that Chandler Jones is going to put on.
Max Crosby.
Max Crosby, I
8
kid
sacks
him.
last season. So look, they are stacked in a lot of areas. I would question a couple of things. Their strength of schedule, 7th, so 52.8 win percentage. Listen to this first 5 weeks before they go to a bye. They play the Chargers to open, Arizona, at Tennessee, then Denver, at Kansas City.
Yeah.
You're playing your division 3 out of your first 5 games.
I know, that's a tough one.
You don't win 2 of those 3, you put yourself in a big hole early.
Yeah.
And then it's chasing. And then again, McDaniels, has he learned from his previous head coaching experience in Denver? Obviously, the talent's much different than what he had in Denver.
Oh my God, yeah.
But if he doesn't approach this differently than he did there, he could fail again. So we'll have to see how his head coaching style adjusts. Yeah. And then again, Derek Carr, phenomenal, but he needs to up 23 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. Cut your interceptions down, increase your touchdowns. The turnovers are key. They cannot turn the ball over, be a -9 and win this division.
Look, I mean, when you get a player like Adams in the mix now, like how many interceptions may have deflected off of a receiver and then into the arms? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know those numbers, but but getting somebody with sure hands, that makes a big difference. So instead of some other guy out there, you got Adams now with the crew, and if you're throwing it to him, he's catching the ball. I mean, that's just what's happening. He's just going to catch the ball. And so, and then you think about, the defensive side of the ball, they're going to be able to get more turnovers, put it in the hands of their offense earlier and in better field position. I mean, this is just a positive all the way around. Yep. And I think those interceptions are going to come down.
I think McDaniels will put him in positions now. And Renfro, and how New England, we use the slot receiver, and now you think about it, he's a phenomenal receiver.
Right.
So you're going to see his numbers increase as well. Now you got a guy to take some pressure off of him with Adams. Yeah, sky's the limit for the Raiders. I really think.
Because I mean, when you look at Josh McDaniels and you look at the weapons that he had on the field there, he didn't have a Devontae Adams in New England.
Yeah,
but he did have an Edelman and he did have a Gronk.
And then
he's got those 2 guys there. They're not Edelman, they're not Gronk, they're Renfro and Waller. And then you throw in Adams to get on top of that, and you have an offense that's going to be a juggernaut.
I agree. Another tough team, though, to kind of read right now is the Los Angeles Chargers. 9-8 last season, 3rd in the AFC. Coached by Brandon Staley, went 9-8 last season. Joe Lombardi is the offensive coordinator, and Ronaldo Hill is their defensive coordinator. They were 4th in offense, 390.2 yards per game, 3rd in passing at 282.4, 21st in rushing at 107.9, 5th in points at 27.9. Defensively is where they struggled a little bit. 23rd overall, 360.1 yards allowed. 12th against the pass at 221.2. 30th against the rush, 138.9. Points allowed, 27 points allowed. 30th overall. And their turnover differential, a -1, which was 19th. Key additions, J.C. Jackson, who's out for about 4 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks. Khalil Mack, linebacker from Chicago. They lost Jared Cook, the tight end, but they did draft in the first round Zion Johnson, the offensive guard. to try to protect their, obviously, their franchise now in Justin Herbert. Your thoughts on the Los Angeles Chargers?
Look, they had offense. That's obvious.
Yeah.
They lost a tight end, but I think that offense is still going to be incredible. Okay.
And they picked up Gerald Everett from Seattle to replace Jared Cook. So
yeah,
it might be a wash there.
Yeah, it may be. But they did pick up Khalil Mack. That's big. Okay, so they're going to improve there. Right, if he stays healthy. Jackson, obviously, we know him in New England. We've seen him play. Yeah. He is definitely a quality cornerback. He's going to get the job done.
And you think about what they've added to a Joey Bosa,
right,
and a Derwin James, two of the best defensive players in the league. Bosa 10.5 sacks, 7 forced fumbles last season. Derwin James 118 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles.
It's the pressure. That's the thing.
Yeah,
the pressure is going to cause throws to be made, and yes, he's going to miss the first few weeks, but when Jay gets in there, he's going to get picks because of that pressure by Bosa. It's not to waste anymore. You know what I'm saying? So those pressures can turn into turnovers, and that's going to start coming a little more frequently, and therefore their defense is going to improve probably dramatically, to be honest with you. And if it doesn't, then they're in for a long season, and that's when you have them on the hot seat.
As close as the Raiders defense, as good as I think the Raiders defense, this offense can be just as good. Justin Herbert, I would put ahead of Carr. Yes. So when you talk about quarterback, and Josh Jacobs, the running back for the Raiders, I put Austin Eckler ahead of him.
Yes.
So the wide receivers, Devontae Adams, the best wide receiver in the league.
Right.
But then you got a Keenan Allen who 106 receptions, 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns, and Mike Williams over 1,100 yards receiving and 9 touchdowns, 76 receptions last season.
Very underrated players, by the way.
Right. So these guys, I mean, again, health, coaching, I could be key. The problem I have with this team, again, strength of schedule, 10th in the league, a 519 win percentage, but it's not because of the percentage. I'm concerned about the end of the year. So weeks 10 through 17, Ron, I'm going to read these off to you.
Yeah.
And you tell me how many of these they win.
Oh, wait. Let me grab my notes here.
Yeah. So I'm just curious. Week 10 on at San Francisco.
They win.
KC at home.
They win.
At Arizona.
They lose.
At Las Vegas.
They lose.
Miami at home.
They win.
Tennessee at home.
They win.
Indianapolis at home.
They win.
The Rams at home.
Let me find it. I gotta find it where it is. Where's the Chargers? Where is it? I can't find it. At the Rams?
No, they're home for the Rams, which is technically a home game for both of them. Yes, or second to last game.
Oh, second to the last. Oh, week 17. That's why I couldn't find it. They win.
Wow, you give them a lot more credit. Okay, so
you got home game,
5 out of the 8.
Yeah, but a lot of those games are at home, so
yeah. So that's a very tough stretch.
It is a tough stretch. It is a tough stretch, but I'm looking at the Rams. They're they might. Who knows? They might already have clinched that by then, and so there's a lot of factors that I had in it.
Tennessee, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, see, I don't think Tennessee is going to be as good as.
No, I agree, but I'm just okay. All right. So let's talk about the last team in this division before we break it down with our picks. And that would be the Denver Broncos. They were 7-10 last season, 4th in the AFC West. Obviously, a lot of change there as well. Head coach Nathaniel Hackett, former offensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. Justin Outen is the new offensive coordinator, and Idro Evero is their new defensive coordinator. 19th overall in offense, 330.5 yards per game. 19th passing, 211.4. 13th rushing at 119.1. 23rd in points at 19.7 points per game.
Now, a point on that. 19th in offense for a team that doesn't have a quarterback.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
Yep. And I kind of got one now. 8th defensively. So top 10 defense, 326.1 yards allowed. 8th against the pass at 214.8. 15th against the rush at 111.3. 3rd in points allowed at 18.9. And they were a +1 in the turnover differential. A couple of key additions, some quarterback named Russell Wilson from Seattle. Randy Gregory, the linebacker. Yeah, I don't know. Randy Gregory, linebacker from Dallas. Alex Singleton, the linebacker from Philadelphia, was one of their top tacklers. They lost Teddy Bridgewater and Noah Fant, who was their top tight end last season. They did draft Nick Bonito, edge rusher, in the second round. They didn't have the first round pick because of the Russell Wilson trade. Yeah. Your thoughts on where these Broncos will be in the AFC West race?
So the defense got better.
Defense definitely improved, yes, with Gregory and Singleton.
Right. I mean, that's big. So you're looking at a stout defense already. Now, 19th offense, middle of the pack, you know.
So your point with a mediocre quarterback.
Yeah.
Both of them, because Bridgewater wasn't great.
Turned the ball over.
Yeah.
Right? But now you got Russell Wilson, who is going to cut down on those turnovers, and your defense is going to cause more turnovers. And therefore, this team is going to vastly improve tremendously, and it's going to give somebody that can actually guide the offense to marching down the field better and keeping that defense off the field, which will make them stronger through the whole game.
So think about the years Russell Wilson was really successful with Seattle.
Yeah.
They were able to run the ball with beast mode, right? Now you got Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon, a two-headed monster that both rush for over 900 yards.
Yeah.
You got Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy, who was out most of last year, as your wide receivers. So good wide receivers. Albert, and I'm going to hack this name, Okawan Bynum.
Okay.
Tight end.
Try it.
33 receptions, 330 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So, again, solid. A good offensive line, a phenomenal defense, right? You're talking about adding Randy Gregory to Bradley Chubb, Patrick Surtain II.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Kareem Jackson, Justin Simmons, all these guys were, 80-plus tackles. So they get pressure. They did lose Tim Patrick, the wide receiver for the season, with an ACL. But this is the perfect scenario for Russell Wilson. You're basically reincarnating the teams from those 2013 year, 14s.
Yeah.
And it's the same carbon copy.
This team,
he should be very successful. The problem is, though, Ron, he's in the toughest division in football.
Yeah.
So that
like I said, this team might have the best defense in that division.
Yes.
But is the offense going to match the other offenses in this division? I'm not sure they can. This is going to be a really good team.
Yeah.
As the other 3 teams are. And like you said, any team can win this division. Any team can come in last.
Right? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And then think about their strength of schedule, 15th, so a 509 win percentage. But listen to these last few weeks. Week 13, Kansas City. Week 14, Arizona. Week 15 at the Rams. Week 16 at Kansas City. Week 17, home for the Chargers.
Right.
That's a very tough stretch. 5 games there at the end of the season that may cause them not to make the playoffs.
And that's what happened last year.
Yeah. Right. Right at the end. Right at the end. So we are going to rank these coaches. And then we're going to do our division. So you are up first for the coaches on this one, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but I lost track of that, but I believe so, yes. Where am I? So number one, I have Andy Reid. I mean, look, Andy Reid is a proven commodity at this point. He's had a great coaching career. I think should have been better, but
Yeah,
but in this division, I think he's the best guy. He's
agree.
the best coach in the division.
I don't think that any argument there from anybody.
Now this is where it gets very difficult because we're looking at guys that
Brand new.
or have made some coaching errors.
Yep.
But I'm going with I'm going with Josh McDaniels at number 2. I just got to figure he had to have learned something by now. And
Yep.
look, I guess he had some sort of hand in putting this team together. So, I mean, it's almost to the point where it's an all-star team. So
And he coached a rookie quarterback to 10-7 record in the playoffs last season.
right.
I mean, the guy knows how to coach offense. We know
Right.
that.
So I have Brandon Staley. I almost couldn't read my writing. At number 3. Look, I think he's a good coach. He just needs. I think it's a learning process for him, to be honest with you. And mostly because the other guy, Hackett, is just new and really don't know what to expect from him.
Decent. So I agree with you on Reed. I went Reed 1. I went McDaniels 2. I went Hackett 3.
Yeah,
And I just looked at the offense he did with Green Bay and how they were able to continue to flourish there. And I just don't like the way Staley coaches. I don't like the fourth quarter decisions, the fourth down decisions.
Yeah.
And I feel like that might hurt this team. So the toughest division, I think, to call, we are going to pick it right now. I
can't wait for this one.
The Las Vegas Raiders winning the division. At number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs. At 3, the Denver Broncos. And the poor coaching of Brandon Staley at number 4, the Los Angeles Chargers. He chokes this and gets fired at the end of the year.
Okay.
That's how I got the AFC West. And I don't expect you to have it even the same.
It's pretty close.
Wow.
It's pretty close. I have Las Vegas Raiders 13-4, winning the division. I have the Chargers 13-4, second in the division.
Wow. Okay.
I have Kansas City 12-5, third in the division. And I have the Denver Broncos 11-6, last in the division at 11-6.
Wow.
Denver Broncos. This division, these 4 teams are better than almost everybody in the league.
Yeah.
There are 3 teams that are the exception to that.
Yeah.
Buffalo, Rams, and Green Bay. I almost forgot who the third one was, and I'm like, wait, what was it?
So, we don't talk politics here, but have you ever watched a political show during an election and they will go too close to call?
Yeah.
So, right, I think that's where this division is. It's just too close to call. There isn't a clear
it's very difficult because
where you sit
I'll tell you
and go,
look, this is something that,
and that's what I'm saying. Everybody's going to have it different. Look at Manny's got the Raiders third. I got him winning it. You got him second, right?
No, I got him winning
first. You know what I mean? But then the Broncos, he's got fourth. The Chargers, I got him fourth. It's like we could go all over the place with this division, and it's going to come down to those key matchups.
It could change tomorrow after practice.
Yeah, listen, it's going to change after they start playing each other. Once they stop beating each other up,
yeah,
who knows? Who knows? Yep. All right, let's talk AFC North.
The North.
Yes. So we have the Cincinnati Bengals the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Cleveland Browns, and the Baltimore Ravens. We're going to bring them up on the screen for you, in case you forgot what they look like. And that's their logos. It's a fun division. So we saw a change last year, right? Cincinnati Bengals won the division last season. 10-7, first in the AFC North, fourth overall in the AFC. They lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl, so they are the defending AFC champions. They're coached by Zach Taylor. He's 16-32-1 overall as their head coach. Brian Callahan is their offensive coordinator, and Lou Anarumo is their defensive coordinator. They were 13th overall in offense, 361.5, 7th passing at 259, 23rd rushing at 102.5, 7th in points at 27.1 points per game, 18th defensively, 350.8 yards given up, 26th against the pass, 248.4, 5th against the rush at 102.5, 17th points against 22.1, and they were flat to the turnover ratio on the differential at 0. They picked up some key additions in Alex Copa, the guard from Tampa Bay, Lyle Collins, the tackle from Dallas, Ted Karras, the center from New England. They lost CJ, tight end to the Jets. They did draft in first round Dax Hill, safety, and in the second round Cam Taylor-Britt, the cornerback. So they're trying to build up that secondary. Your thoughts on the Cincinnati Bengals?
Okay, so remember how I just said that those 4 teams were better than everybody but 3 teams?
Yeah. You missed the Bengals?
Now, no.
Okay,
no,
all right.
No.
Is this the next group? The Bengals?
I actually have Cincinnati as going to be, I'm going to spoil it, but as my number 1 seed in the playoffs.
Wow.
But because of their schedule, they don't have to play, the other 3 guys like that. Yes, they have to play Baltimore, and they have to play Cleveland, and they have to play Pittsburgh. Okay. Not too bad. That's a pretty good division. But it isn't that killer division. And the rest of their schedule isn't like those 3. So, yes, they may end up with a better record than some of those other teams, but they are not the best teams. So yes, Cincinnati is going to have a great season. They have some great talent. They have some high-powered offense. Some of probably one of the best receiving corps in football.
We know they struggled defensively against the pass, even though, they finished 26th, so they're bottom of the end. They draft a safety and a cornerback. They're going to try to improve there.
Yep.
But then you talk about the offensive firepower. Joe Burrow, 70.4% completion percentage. That is phenomenal.
He's the real deal. He's the
right?
real deal.
34 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. Key was 51 sacks.
Yeah.
And I think there was a stat during the playoffs and then even in the Super Bowl, the most sacked quarterback to ever make it to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow in a season. What did they do? They went out and they signed a bunch of free agents to protect him, and not just any free agents, quality free agents that have either A, been in the playoffs, B, are top of their line in those positions. So it's not like we just, hope this guy's going to work out. Collins, Kappa, and Karras have all been starters and have all produced at the top level. There's no reason why this team can't be just as good as they were last year and go back to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
I mean, you got the best 1-2 punch, I think, with Mixon
7 spots.
Jamar Chase is the best wide receiver in football right behind Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins. These are all phenomenal. These are your second and third. These probably start in any other team.
Yeah.
I love this team. I like the coaching. I just think, again, he didn't have enough time early, and now he's starting to build his team up. They're, again, very tough division, though, because you talk about teams that like to beat each other up. This is that division.
Yeah.
This is that division. So the interesting part is their strength of schedule, 536 per winning percentage. But tough stretch towards the end of the season. That's where my concern would be. At Pittsburgh, at Tennessee, Kansas City, Cleveland, and at Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And at Cleveland now, that's with Deshaun Watson. We think, you know what I mean? That's a tough stretch there where, again, not knowing what Pittsburgh is, but we know Tennessee and what they're able to do from a running standpoint. Defensively, can they hold up? It'll be interesting. This is going to be a fun division because the Pittsburgh Steelers have announced their starting quarterback as well. They're 9-7 last season, second in the AFC North, 7th seed in the AFC. They did make it to the playoffs, but they lost in the first round. Big Ben's last hurrah there. Mike Tomlin's their head coach, 154, 85-2. Offensive coordinator Matt Canada and Terrell Austin is their defensive coordinator, but we also know about Brian Flores as a special assistant. So, again, we know what he can do defensively. 23rd offensively, 315.4 yards per game, 15th passing, 222.2, 29th rushing, 93.1 yards per game, 21st in points at 20.2 points per game. Definitely struggled a little more on defense. 24th overall in defense, 361.1. 9th against the pass at 215.1. 32nd, dead last against the rush at 146.1. 20th in points at 23.4. Plus 2 in the turnover differential, which was 14th. Key additions. Mitchell Trubisky, quarterback from Buffalo. Levi Wallace, cornerback from Buffalo. They did lose Big Ben, obviously, to retirement. Juju Smith-Schuster went to Kansas City. Number 1 draft pick for them in the first round was Kenny Pickett. And then in the second round, George Pickens, wide receiver. Mike Tomlin, been around a while. Great coach. Hasn't had a losing season since being a Pittsburgh Steeler. Ron, is this the first year we start to see some of those cracks?
Yeah. Yeah, there's only so many times you can keep losing players to free agency and then still be competitive. And you know, it's going to be a hard season for this team. You know, and that defense really didn't get better.
No, really they didn't add much.
Better. And now you don't have, you know, you don't have that arm to sling it. You know, at least right now. Look, I think Trubisky might actually be an improvement from last year. A slight improvement. But the competition is not, you know, getting worse. It's going to be better against them. And that's the problem. This team is going to take a huge step back. Probably, you know, no fault of Trubisky, but I think he gets replaced somewhere mid-season.
Yeah, look, Kenny Pickett, it was a very close race. And it just got decided this week. Actually, I think a day or two ago.
Yeah.
I would question, look, too, as much as Big Ben had faded towards the end of his career here, there was still that threat, and that's, you know, he could read a defense, understood how to do some things. Najee Harris had a phenomenal season last season.
Yeah.
I think teams are going to start to key on him more because they're going to feel like there's less of a threat now. I think some of those guys' numbers will drop again. Now, Deontay Johnson had a great season, 107 receptions, 1,161 yards, and 8 touchdowns. And Chase Claypool, serviceable, 59 receptions, 860 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Can George Pickett step in, become a factor with Juju Smith-Schuster being gone? They still have some solid offensive guys with defensive guys with Cameron Hayward, Devin Bush, TJ Watt, 22.5 sacks and 5 forced fumbles last season. Minka Fitzpatrick. So they have names. Joe Sherbert, 112 tackles last season. I just don't know if they offensively can do it. I don't think they have, unless Trubisky changes completely from what he was in Chicago. Again, we talk about better talent. We talk about being surrounded by better talent. Maybe this helps. But if a rookie quarterback was pushing you in training camp and during the preseason, and even the backup to them was pushing, you know what I mean? It was so many questions that I don't know. As great as a coach as Tomlin is, this might be the first year. Again, Bill Belichick loses Tom Brady his first year, he goes 7-9. You lose Big Ben now, right? Who's been there since 2004. You know what I mean? That's 18 years of you having a guy that won games for you.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see. Strength of schedule, 512 percentage, 12th overall in the league. Middle of the season here, not actually early season, week 5 through 8. At Buffalo, then Tampa Bay at home, at Miami, and then at Philadelphia.
They're going to lose all those games.
That's where you see your switch, to your point. Think they go 1-3, maybe 0-4.
They're gonna lose all those games.
They go 0-4. You start to see Kenny Pickett.
Yeah,
and that's where that era starts to begin. No, great point. Great point. So let's talk about the most interesting team I think in all of football, and that's going to be the Cleveland Browns, who are 8-9 last season, third in the AFC North. They're coached by Kevin Stefanski, who's 19-14 overall as their head coach. Alex Van Pelt is their offensive coordinator, and Joe Woods is their defensive coordinator. 18th overall in offense at 340.6 yards per game, 27th passing, though, 195.3. Fourth rushing in the league at 145.4. 20th in points at 20.5 points per game. They were fifth defensively, 311.5 yards given up, fifth against the pass at 202.3, 12th against the rush at 109.2. 13th points against allowed, 21.8, -3 in the turnover differential, which was 20th overall. Their key additions, Deshaun Watson, who won't play till after week 11. Amari Cooper, wide receiver from Dallas, but they did lose Jarvis Landry at wide receiver and Austin Hooper at tight end, Tennessee. They didn't have a draft pick till the third round, and they picked up Martin Emerson with their first pick, who was a cornerback. Ron, what do we think the Cleveland Browns are going to be?
Well, they're going to be middle of the road this season because
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
You're starting quarterbacks.
Yeah. So it's going to be too late for Cleveland by the time Deshaun Watson comes back. And then what are we really going to get when he does come back? That's the question. I mean, he hasn't played a game in a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, we really don't know. It's going to be over almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Almost 2 years. And look, at some point, yes, Nick Chubb, one of the best running backs in the league. 1,259 yards rushing last season, 8 touchdowns. Kareem Hunt, serviceable backup. But if you can't keep teams honest throwing the ball, eventually they put 8 in the box, right? And they make you try to throw the ball against them.
Well, that's what they're going to do right off the start, to be honest.
So, yes, if you can control that, I think, look, defensively, they're still stout. Myles Garrett, one of the best defensive ends in the league, 16 sacks last year, a forced fumble. You think about the defensive ends on this division, with T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett. I mean, they're phenomenal. And can Amari Cooper regain some of that without having we said it, Dak Prescott, a very good quarterback. Now you're going to an average quarterback. Is that going to be enough? Jadeveon Clowney decided to come back. He had 9 sacks last season. Can he stay healthy and contribute defensively? A lot of questions. Can Brissett carry this team long enough? And will Watson, when he returns, be a serviceable quarterback?
Well, I'm going to tell you, first 5 weeks of the season, I have Cleveland 3-2.
Okay. And I got the strength of the schedule where it gets worse is from week 5 through 12.
Right.
Because we're looking at the Chargers, then New England, at Baltimore, Cincinnati. They get a bye. Then they're at Miami, at Buffalo, and then Tampa Bay.
Right.
There's
where the problem is going to be. Because the first 5 games, I mean, it's not that bad. They have to play Carolina. And I think Carolina wins that game.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
And then I have them winning game 2, which I can't find it now, against the Giants. Bad team. They should win that just with defense. And then game 3 I have them winning as well against Pittsburgh at home. So Pittsburgh has to go on the road to win that, and that defense is going to be too good for that offense, where you're going to have the crowd noise involved. And let's face it, Trubisky is not as good on the road as he was at home, because when it's quiet, it's easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. No, you're right.
So, and then they have what's game 4? I can't find it. So, but I have them. It's Atlanta. So another easy game, right?
Should be, yeah.
So, and then they have to play somebody good like the Chargers. And that's where the defense can make things happen against, that offensive team with Brissett as the quarterback. And, that's where the problems start. So it starts week 5, and then it continues, like you said, all through that stretch. And that's going to be too much to overcome.
And after the Tampa game on week 12, that's his first game back in Houston.
Right. Yeah.
So to me, look, this is a wash season for the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
They're really banking on next season.
Yeah. Because the chances are Cleveland can lose all of that stretch. They can lose all of those games.
Yeah. They're all done this season. I don't think they go very far. What about the Baltimore Ravens, who were 8-9 last season, 4th in the AFC North? They're coached by John Harbaugh. He's 137-88 overall as their head coach. Offensive coordinator is Greg Roman, and new defensive coordinator is Mike McDonald. They were 6th in offense last season, 378.8 yards per game, 13th passing at 233, 3rd in rushing at 145.8, 17 points per game, 17th in the league in points per game at 22.8. Defensively, 25th, 363.4, 32nd against the pass. They were the worst team against the pass at 278.9 passing yards per game, and number 1 against the rush at 84.5. So you talk about a disparity there. Definitely need some help in the secondary. They were 19th in points allowed at 23.1, minus 11 in the turnover differential, which was 28th. Probably could be a key. Key addition, Marcus Williams, the safety from New Orleans, but they did lose Marquise Brown, wide receiver, to Arizona. First round, they drafted Kyle Hamilton, the safety from Notre Dame. We like that pick. And then Tyler Linderbaum, the center, also went in the first round. So very good draft for the Ravens as well. Lamar Jackson, contract issues, dispute. Will that affect how much does he try not to get hurt this season versus trying to perform at a high level?
I don't think that actually is going to affect his play.
Okay.
But there is a possibility of some injuries. I don't know if it'll be, like it was last year with longer injuries.
The rash of injuries. They're by far the most injured team in the league last year.
But with Jackson, you might have him miss 2 or 3 games. I could see that happening. You miss a game, maybe concussion. That could be an issue because he's going to take a lot of hits because that's how he plays. So he's going to miss some time. And, when we talk about some of the teams from here on out, there could be some of those losses that they shouldn't lose to they're going to pop up because of those injuries.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough ride. But we know what Lamar Jackson can do, right? Running, passing, and the dynamic. Mark Andrews, probably the best tight end in the league right now. 107 receptions last season, 1,361 yards, and 9 touchdowns. We know what he can bring to the table. They got the best kicker in the league, and you don't think that's a factor, but it is. Look, 94.6% field goal percentage and 100% on his extra points. The man doesn't miss. So you put him in a situation. They've got some solid guys on defense. They get some guys back. But strength of schedule, really, 23rd, you go, it's not that bad. But listen to the end of the season here. From week 13 to the final, Denver, then at Pittsburgh, at Cleveland. Atlanta should be a win, but then Pittsburgh again, and then at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So again, you're playing a division. No matter what the teams are, the divisions are always tougher. And again, I don't know if I agree with you 100%. I think that contract. Do I want to take more hits than I have to? Because if I seriously hurt myself towards the end of the season, my contract money drops dramatically, and
Yeah.
I would be more concerned about that if I'm Lamar Jackson. The fact that he's going to play this season, it scares me a little bit because of the way he plays and his style. Because
Yeah.
he's more likely to get hurt than some of these other guys. That if it was a Tom Brady, sits in the pocket, knows how to go down, doesn't take as many hits. You got a guy that rushed for 667 yards last season. He likes to run the ball.
Yeah.
He's going to get hit. He took 38 sacks last season. He's taking hits. I would question where I would put him on the scale. We talk about Tom Brady maybe mentally not being there. I would be a little nervous if I was him because I know one big hit could ultimately cost me millions.
Absolutely.
Millions. So we're going to rank these coaches in the AFC North. I am first, and then you will give our divisions. Let's see where we go. So I've got Mike Tomlin has to be the number one. He's been there long enough, hasn't had a losing season as the Pittsburgh Steelers coach. I think he's done a great job. John Harbaugh, as much as that team, you think about where they were at last season, to go 8-9 with the amount of injuries they had, and then you lost your starting quarterback as well on top of that, and still were able to perform. Zach Taylor is moving up this list, but just hasn't been there long enough. And I think Stefanski, if he can't look, I think this is just going to be a bad year anyway for him. And I think that some of that Baker Mayfield situation was part of the coaching, that they couldn't coach him up enough to be more successful. So that's how I had it with the coaches.
It was close, but you were wrong.
Oh, okay.
All right. John Harbaugh has to be number one because when you look at the amount of injuries that he had last season and still could have won at least 4 of those games. You know, like, and without your quarterback, I mean, that's just.
But you also had a 9-7 Pittsburgh Steelers team with a quarterback that was clearly should have retired a year earlier.
Yep, I get that too. But number 2 is Mike Tomlin, because when you have some of those names that you have on defense, and you're what, 29th or 27th in defense stats? 24. Like that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable to me. Like, you should be better than that. And I think that's where he dropped the ball, to be honest with you. He dropped the ball there, and it's unusual for a Mike Tomlin team to not be good on defense. And that's where they're going to have a problem this year. Number 3, I have Zach Taylor. I mean, he did get him to the Super Bowl, so you can't knock him.
Yeah.
And look, I know there was some situations in that Super Bowl where he didn't make the right decisions. But I mean, he's never been there before. You know, he's learning on the fly, just like Joe and the rest of those guys.
Okay.
You know, so I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's catching up to the other two. To be honest with you, he's catching up. And of course, number 4, Kevin Stefanski, I think is clearly outclassed in that division.
Yep, agreed. So, how do you have the division? I can't wait to hear this. This one should be. This is a fun one.
This is okay. So, as I said before, I have Cincinnati winning the division, 14-3.
Nice.
You know, that's big.
Very good. Yep.
And they have to be good because Baltimore 13-4.
Nice. Okay.
And there is one game on their schedule that I gave them a loss for because I think they're going to have some injuries, and that is going to cost them. Because, you know, when you look at their schedule, who is the luckiest team that they play on their schedule? New England, right? Come on, you got to tell me New England is a pretty lucky team.
Yes.
So they're going to benefit for somebody being out that helps them win that game.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Because they're going to be in New England. If it was Baltimore, it'd be absolutely Baltimore. So
I got you.
So, and I gave New England that win based on luck.
All right, I like it.
Jackson will be out, for one game, and that will be the game. So, yeah, okay, all you want, but you know what?
No.
That's it is. Sometimes it's better to be lucky. What? So after that, I have Cleveland 8-9.
Okay.
That stretch buries them.
Yeah.
It buries them. And then I have Pittsburgh, and I'll tell you, it does not look good for Pittsburgh, and I have them at 3-14.
Nice. This is the second time we agreed. We have the same exact. I have the Bengals winning the division. I have the Ravens, I think, much improved health-wise as well, so that should definitely help them. Cleveland Browns at 3, and that's just because, again, too many questions. They'll get a couple wins here or there, but that not having a starting quarterback. And then the Steelers, I just don't have the faith in Trubisky, so I think it's a done deal.
No, especially against their schedule. I mean, look, they are clearly the worst team in that division. So when you look at them having to play Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland, that's not good. And Pittsburgh really gets hurt by that division.
Yeah. No, it's a
like,
tough division.
I think they can win one off of Cleveland.
That's especially no Deshaun Watson. Yeah, without a doubt. So let's talk AFC South. We got the Tennessee Titans, the Indianapolis Colts, the Houston Texans, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. And again, this division looks like there's a clear-cut favorite. But again, this is why we do these shows, because we let you know how we see it. But we're going to start off with the Tennessee Titans, who were 12-5 last season, first in the AFC South, the number 1 seed in the AFC. They lost to the Cincinnati Bengals in the second round. They're coached by Mike Vrabel, 41-24 overall. Offensive coordinator Todd Downing, and defensive coordinator Shane Bowen. 17th overall on offense last season, 342.5 yards per game. 24th passing at 201.1. 5th rushing, which surprised me, 141.4. 15th in points at 24.6 points per game. Defensively, they were 12th overall at 329.8 yards allowed. 25th against the pass at 245.2. Second against the rush at 84.6. 6th in points allowed at 20.8. A -3 in the turnover differential, which was 21st in the NFL. A couple of key additions. They picked up tight end from Cleveland, Austin Hooper, and then Robert Woods from the Rams, the wide receiver. They also lost, though, A.J. Brown, wide receiver, to Philly, and Julio Jones to Tampa Bay, the wide receiver. First-round draft pick was Treylon Burks, wide receiver. And then in the third round, little controversy there was Malik Willis, quarterback. He went to possibly replace Ryan Tannehill here with the Titans. So your overall thoughts on the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah, that Willis pick, man. I mean, he looks good in preseason, but it is preseason.
Yep.
And I look at the Tennessee schedule, and I think Tannehill may hold on to his job, because I think they're going to go 3-2 at least at the beginning of the season, and that's going to hold on to his job, and and then it just gets a little better as the season goes on, because Vrabel's a good coach.
Yeah.
He can get the players to play for him, and they will, and it all depends on the health of Henry.
Yeah, so Derrick Henry has to stay healthy, right? 937 yards and 10 touchdowns, and you think about it, he still led the league after missing like 6 weeks before anybody actually, would beat. He was going to have 2,000 yards rushing.
Oh, absolutely.
Tannehill's the key. Look, very good completion percentage of 67.2, but 21-14 with the touchdown and interceptions, 47 sacks. He needs to get rid of the ball. You can't put your team in situations where a 2nd and 3 turns into a 3rd and 10 or 12, and now you're really trying to struggle.
And again, Eric, it's like, not to cut you off or anything, but when we talk about this, okay, you can win your division, that's all fine and dandy, but then you got to play some real football. And that's where the difference is. He can't get it done in the playoffs because he's not good enough.
And that's why the Bengals beat him.
Exactly.
Look, and then you turn over your complete offense now. Robert Woods, Treylon Burks, Austin Hooper, all new to the team.
Yep.
Not sure how that's going to gel, how that's going to work. Again, very solid defensively. You got Bud Dupree, Kevin Bernard, Harold Landry the second, and Jeffrey Simmons, all solid players. Landry had 12 sacks last season. Again, I agree with you that Vrabel's a very good coach, but listen to the strength of schedule. 24th, that's not that bad. 471 winning percentage. Weeks 9 through 13, though, at Kansas City, then Denver, at Green Bay, Cincinnati, at Philadelphia.
Yeah, and they're probably going to lose at least 4 of those.
Right, so it's just unreal schedule right in the middle of the heart. That's the heart of the season.
All of those teams are better than Tennessee, but you got to figure, okay, just coaching alone and maybe Derrick Henry can win at least one of those.
Right, so it's going to be interesting to see. So they got to win early. They're going to have to win late. That middle ground there is going to be key for them.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the Indianapolis Colts, who were 9-8 last season, second in the AFC South. Frank Reich's the head coach, 38-30 as the head coach. Offensive coordinator Marcus Brady, and new defensive coordinator is Gus Bradley. 16th overall in offense, 347.1 yards per game, 26th passing at 197.7, second rushing at 149.4, ninth in points per game at 26.5. Defense was also 16th. So both offense and defense were middle of the ground, which is pretty ironic. 343.2 yards against, for 19th on the passing against at 234.1, 10th against the rush at 109.1, 21.5 points against, which was 9th, a plus 14, which was tied for first in turnover differential. So they didn't give the ball up. Key additions, quarterback Matt Ryan and Stephon Gilmore, the cornerback, came over from Carolina. Did lose T.Y. Hilton, free agency. Eric Fisher, the tackle's a free agent. Carson Wentz obviously went to the Washington Commanders. In the second round, they picked up Alec Pierce, wide receiver, to try to give him some depth there in the wide receiver, room. What do you think about the Colts here?
Oh, the Colts. They're going to be a middle-of-the-road kind of team. Matt Ryan at least will give them some stability.
It's definitely an upgrade, right? It's an upgrade from Carson Wentz. At least I feel that way.
This team, if they can get a little luck on their side, they could possibly make the playoffs. I don't see it, but this is why I think Frank Reich is going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
I think ultimately they go 8-9, and then they're left out of it again because I just don't think they're good enough.
So Jonathan Taylor, best running back in the league.
Yeah.
Right. So take some pressure off of Matt Ryan. Really doesn't have much to throw to. That's the problem. You got Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah.
88 receptions for 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns last season, but that's it.
Yeah, I know.
So can he get these other guys along? I like the addition of Gilmore in the secondary. I think that helps improve their defense a little bit.
It's just not enough.
But they didn't do enough for me to feel like, okay, this team is a contender in this division. I still think Tennessee's better. But again, we'll have to see how it plays. Strength of schedule, again, one of the worst in the league, 26th. So very easy schedule. But listen to this stretch at the beginning of the season. So after the first 2 weeks, then they go week 3, Kansas City, then Tennessee, at Denver. They get Jacksonville, and then at Tennessee again. Those 2 Tennessee games, almost a sandwich in between a Denver and a Jacksonville. You need to win the Jacksonville game.
Yeah.
You probably want to win that Denver game, and then you need to split between Tennessee. Otherwise, your season might be over after week 7.
Right.
At least from a divisional standpoint.
Yeah.
And then then you're clinging.
And it may be. But see, here's the problem with all of this. It's like, Indianapolis made the change at quarterback. That's fine. They picked up Gilmore. So it almost looks like they were trying to improve. Almost. But Not really. I mean, when you really look at this team, what did they improve?
Quarterback.
Maybe, yeah, but not
That's it.
really. Yeah, but not really. I mean,
I,
it's more stable,
much more stable.
you
At
know.
least you know what I mean. What you're getting.
But they looked around the league. They seen, Buffalo, Las Vegas, the Chargers,
Yeah,
Kansas City,
they didn't improve.
Cincinnati,
Not nearly.
Baltimore. Like
Yeah.
they made it look like they were trying to improve, but they weren't going to go for it this year.
Yeah. No, I agree.
They weren't
And I
gonna go
think
for
a lot of teams made that decision when they saw what the AFC
Yeah.
West did. The only team that I would say honestly was the Bengals, who said, "Look, all we really need is an offensive line," and we went out
Right.
and did that.
Yeah.
So I agree with you there. I see where you're going with that. And so no, that's a great point. And then again, they're in a division now.
Yeah. So
where-
by default, they're going to get a little worse.
Yep.
By record, they might be a better team, but they're going to be a little worse record-wise because when you have to play a lot of those teams like Denver, it's going to make you suffer because Denver is way better than Indianapolis.
Yeah. No,
I don't see them beating Denver. There's no way.
No, I agree. What about we're going to talk about the Houston Texans now, who are 4-13, third in the AFC South. New coach, Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
New offensive coordinator and Pep Hamilton. They did not name a defensive coordinator. It looks like Lovie Smith will be their defensive coordinator as well. 32nd overall in offense. So dead last, 278.1 yards per game, 28th passing, 194.4, 32nd rushing at 83.6, 30th in points and at 16.5 points per game. 31st defensively. So you keep the defensive coordinator, make him the head coach. You were 31st in the defense. I'm still questioning that move. 384.4 yards per game. 23rd against the pass at 242.2. 31st against the rush at 142. 27th points given up at 26.6. A +3 in the turnover differential, which was 12th, which still blows my mind. Key addition, they picked up Steven Nelson, not the former New England Patriot, Steve Nelson, cornerback from the Philadelphia Eagles. They did lose Tyrod Taylor and Terrence Mitchell, cornerback to New England, who New England cut him. They did draft in the first round Derek Stingley Jr., John Mitchie, the third wide receiver in the second round, and Damian Pierce, the running back, in the fourth round, who was named their starting running back for this upcoming season. Your thoughts on the Houston Texans?
Oh, boy. This is a train wreck. This is the worst team in football.
This is the team when you're driving on the highway and you see a car accident and you're like, I really shouldn't look. And you look over and you're like, oh, I didn't want to look.
Yeah.
That's the Houston Texans, because we're going to watch it and then be like, why we shouldn't be watching this.
Right. What do they have?
Davis Mills. No. Brandon Cooks. 1,000 yards receiving. Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
No.
He's a good player.
Kimo Gruga-Hill, linebacker, 108 tackles, 3 sacks.
Right.
2
And
fumbles.
that is the extent of the team right there. Cooks and one linebacker that can play.
And Davis Mills.
Look, this is awful. Like, it is the worst roster in football.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Them, Chicago, I told you, I'd fight that out.
And
Atlanta,
look,
those 3 teams, they'd be fighting it out for first place.
And normally I would be like, okay, this team was terrible on defense, right? So, they went out and they got, a defensive head coach.
Except he was the same head coach.
The problem is exactly that.
And then you name yourself as a defensive coordinator. You were 31st.
Right. I don't. That is asinine.
Yeah. If you wanted to make Lovie Smith the coach, say, look, you got to draft the defensive coordinator.
Right.
You can work with him, whatever, but you can't be if you couldn't do it defensively as just a coordinator, how are you going to be the head coach and the coordinator? I agree with you. I don't know what they're doing. Look, we know this organization had some issues when the Deshaun Watson and what they allowed him to do. Strength of schedules, 19.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. the end of the season at Miami, Cleveland, at Dallas, Kansas City, and at Tennessee. I mean, we don't expect them to win 2 to 3 games this season anyway.
This is
correct?
the only number you need to know.
1. They're getting the first round draft pick.
Yes.
Okay.
It is also how many games they're going to win.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So many different ones. All right, let's move on then, because we're pretty sure that we know Houston's not going to be very good.
Sorry,
no offense
Houston.
to everybody out there in Houston.
Look, Houston, you had the Astros.
Yeah. Yes.
See you in the
Number
World
1
Series.
team in baseball. Number 1 team in baseball.
See you in the World Series.
Yes.
Houston
So let's talk
Astros.
about the Jacksonville Jaguars, who obviously made some changes as well. They were 3-14 last season, 4th in the AFC South. New head coach Doug Peterson, obviously former Eagles coach that won the Super Bowl. Offensive coordinator Press Taylor and defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell, both new to the team. They were 27th offensively, 305.4 yards per game, 22nd passing, 202.1, 22nd rushing at 103.2, 32nd in points, 14.9 points per game, worse than the league. 20th defensively at 353.1 yards per game, 17th against the pass at 227.9, 24th against the rush at 125.1, 28th points against at 26.9, a minus 20 turnover differential, was dead last in the NFL. A couple of key additions: Evan Ingram, tight end from the New York Giants; Christian Kirk, the wide receiver from Arizona; and Forte Olakone, the linebacker from Atlanta, was one of their top linebackers in Atlanta. They did lose DJ Chalk, the wide receiver, to Detroit. Drafted first round Trayvon Walker and Devin Lloyd, both linebackers. So they're trying to shore up that second line of defense once you get through that first line. Obviously a shift in direction for the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? We know what happened last season. Urban Meyer, that mess, him getting fired halfway through the season, should have never been the head coach to begin with. They had drafted Trevor Lawrence, number 1. I guess my first question, can Peterson turn this around, and then can he make Trevor Lawrence into a number 1 draft pick that ultimately what they saw him to become for the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Okay, yes and yes. But, and it is a big but, worthy of a lineman's butt. Look, this is not going to be an easy task. Okay, first of all, you kind of have to brainwash Lawrence.
Yeah, where he was, compared to
so
what
this is a do-over. Okay, now I think this team is going to be better, but it's not going to be in the results this season. Like, I have them winning only 3 games again. They could win probably up to 6, possibly.
They should get 2 wins just by playing Houston.
Right. You should. You should.
Hope.
No, yeah, you're right.
They're better than Houston.
Right. So that's why I say I see them getting 3, but they can win up to 6.
Yeah, look.
But a lot of things have to go right. This is a really bad team that had the worst stats in both categories, right?
But again, coach with no discipline.
Right.
Right. So now you get a coach in there that at least understands how to win.
Right.
You got it. You can't be a minus 20 in turnover differential.
No. And
Trevor Lawrence cannot throw 17 interceptions next season and then be successful. Right. So there's a lot of work to do, but I also think they picked up some pieces. They've done some things. Peterson understanding how to coach. I agree with you. I think he makes Lawrence better.
Yeah.
Makes better decisions. Becomes more. Look, I don't think he's going to ever be a Tom Brady. No. Not that anybody's ever going to be a Tom Brady, but let's say, all right, a Patrick Mahomes. Like, he's not going to be in that class.
No.
But he can be a very good quarterback that, again, you build enough players around him, he can get you to the playoffs. Will he ever win a chip? Maybe not. But I think he could be a playoff caliber quarterback.
You know where I put him? What his potential could be? I put him in the class of a Matthew Stafford.
Stafford won one. Derek Carr.
Yeah, late in his career with a stacked team.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what about a Derek Carr? Like a Derek Carr who's
that's
right. Yeah. But now look at all the talent he has. He should be more successful.
Right. Right.
No, right. There's a lot of opportunities there. Look at this stretch though, too. Weeks 9 through 13, Denver, Las Vegas, at Kansas City. Then they go on a bye, which, hey, thank you. But then you get to face Baltimore after that bye.
Right. Those
So
are all
that's
losses.
Right. Tough stretch. Again, I just have hope. Again, they're in a bad division when it comes to Houston. And the Colts, we think may be a mess. Maybe. So opportunity. Maybe 6 wins to your point.
This is why I say, okay, they can win 2 against Houston. They could possibly squeak one out with Indianapolis. Like, they have some talent there.
Yeah.
It's just got to be harnessed, and it's got to catch them at the right time. And, like, Peterson has a big job. This is a big job.
Oh, it's going to be very tough.
This is probably the toughest coaching job in the league right now.
Yeah.
Because everything that he learned from that idiot, and that's what he is. Urban Meyer is an idiot. And he was a terrible coach. And I can only imagine the careers he destroyed in college. I can only imagine.
I think of it this way. Look, they're going to watch the Will Smith movie, Men in Black. Going to tell them, look in the pen, click it.
Yep, exactly.
Erase it all. Never happened. So, again, we'll have to see.
I thought you were going with the smack thing. Just smack it
thought
out
about
of
that
him.
too. But you also sit back, like, how good of a motivational coach can he be?
Yeah.
If he's good enough. Look, he won it with Nick Foles. He won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles.
Yeah.
He got enough out of Nick Foles. He got enough out of Carson Wentz. Because that season, Carson Wentz was actually having an MVP season before he got hurt.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody else has been able to do that stuff and win with these guys. Maybe he's the right coach at the right time. But we're going to rank these coaches now. You are first, my friend. How do you have these coaches ranked in this division?
I got to find it. I got my notes all over the place at this point. Where are we?
We're winding down. One more division to go.
So I have Mike Vrabel, number 1.
Shocking.
Why is that shocking?
No, I'm saying it's shocking.
I just think he's a good. I think he's actually definitely top half of the. It might be top 10.
Yeah,
in my book. Like I said, he can win games with Tannehill, so I'm surprised at that. I'm still not sold on Tannehill being a good quarterback.
Agree.
Number 2, I have Doug Peterson. Look, he won with Nick Foles. That's all you have to say, because nobody else has been able to get Nick Foles to win. Period.
Yeah. No, I like it.
So, this is where the tough thing is. I didn't know, this could be flip-flopped. I don't know.
Way. Really?
Lovie Smith, I put number 3 based on his previous coaching.
He sucked in Chicago. He was horrible there too.
Yeah, I know, but he at least built up a good defense.
I don't know. Okay. Defense. All right. Okay.
So I'm thinking maybe if he doesn't, I don't know. And Frank Reich, I think he just sucks.
Okay. So
they
little different
both
direction.
They both do, to be honest with you.
Little different direction. I went Mike Vrabel, 1. I agree with you. I went Frank Reich, 2. And again, 9-8. Carson Wentz. He didn't lose that playoff game. Carson Wentz lost that playoff game.
Well, yeah, he did. That's true.
So I don't blame him, and I think he's been dealt a bad hand. It just keeps happening. Doug Peterson, I went 3. And again, I think we're going to have to see what he does this year, and I would put him ahead of Frank Reich. Lovie Smith, I didn't like what he did in Chicago. He was the worst defensive coordinator last season, one of the worst defensive coordinators, and now he's a head coach. So it just goes to prove he's not going to be very good. But we got to pick this division. So I went with the Tennessee Titans at number 1. I know that's surprising. The Colts coming in at number 2. Jacksonville Jaguars at 3 and the Houston Texans at 4.
That's how I have it.
That one's
I went Tennessee 11-6.
Okay. Not the number 1 seed. Because you already got Cincinnati as the number 1 seed. Yep.
Right. Indianapolis 8-9.
Okay.
Jacksonville 3-14, but could get to 6. And then Houston 1. The 1. 1.
Number 1 draft pick. They're excited. They're going to get the number 1 draft pick.
Yep.
Number one draft pick. We're on to the AFC East, my friend, the final division we're going to talk about tonight. And then we're going to do our last pick and roll, our top 5 quarterbacks in the league. And then we're going to give you our predictions on how this season's going to finish and who's going to be the Super Bowl champion. Who's in the playoffs, who's going to win it all. Let's start off with a very big contender, and that would be the Buffalo Bills. We got New England, the Jets, and the Dolphins in this division. But the Buffalo Bills won this division last season, first in the AFC East, 3rd overall seed in the AFC, lost to Kansas City in the second round. We remember that whole overtime game and the controversy that created. Sean McDermott's the head coach, 49-32. New offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey, and Leslie Frazier is their defensive coordinator. They were 5th overall in offense at 381.9 yards per game, 9th in passing at 252 yards per game, 6th rushing at 129.9, 3rd in points per game at 28.4. Defensively, they were the number 1 defensive team in the league last season, 272.8 yards allowed, number 1 against the pass, 163 yards allowed. Pretty insane thinking about where we are as a passing league. Rushing, they gave up 109.8 yards per game, which was 13th. Number 1 team, points allowed, 17 points per game. They were a +8 in the turnover differential, which was 7th overall in the league. Key additions, Von Miller, linebacker from the Rams, came over. Shaq Lawson, the defensive end from the Jets. They did lose Cole Beasley, free agent. As a free agent, he's not currently signed. And Emmanuel Sanders, also a free agent. They drafted Khalil Alim, the cornerback, and James Cook, the running back, in the 1st and 2nd round of this previous draft. Your overall thoughts on the Buffalo Bills?
Well, congratulations on your division win again.
For sure.
No
surprise who we're picking at number 1 on this one.
No.
Okay.
Look, this team. Look, they just got better with Von Miller.
Yeah. So they
added.
Okay.
So you lose Beasley, but that pass rush just got that much better, and those guys that are in the secondary are still going to capitalize on that fact. They're going to have more turnovers this year. You watch.
Look, they couldn't get off the field against Kansas City. Now you put a pass rush in there that can actually get them the ball back versus, you know what I mean, trying to match point for point. But Josh Allen's the real deal. I think we can finally agree that, look, he's the real deal. Stephon Diggs, the connection he has there. Gabriel Davis, wide receiver. But they picked up Jamison Crowder also from the Jets.
Yep.
Sneaky little pick that might end up benefiting him.
He's pretty good. Like I think like him as a player.
Yeah, he's better than Emmanuel Sanders in my eyes.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think that was an upgrade there. Dawson Knox, a good tight end, 49 receptions, 587 yards, 9 touchdowns last season. You add Von Miller to Davius White, cornerback. He's going to be out for a few weeks, but again, one of the top. Jordan Poyer, one of the top safeties. Micah Hyde, one of the top safeties. They are loaded.
Yeah,
they are loaded. If you look at their numbers from last season, top 5 in a majority of the categories. There's only one thing that can derail this team in my eyes, and that's going to be injuries.
Yeah,
injuries are going to play a factor. They already have lost their best starting cornerback. You can't afford to lose any of these offensive guys. It's going to be crucial. Tough stretch to begin the season. They obviously opened Thursday night against the Rams. But then weeks 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, you got at Baltimore, Pittsburgh, at Kansas City. They get a bye, and then Green Bay. So, again, Kansas City, Green Bay, very tough. We don't know what Baltimore is going to be, but it is in Baltimore. And then, again, Pittsburgh, we don't think will be a factor, but you never know. So can that new offensive coordinator gel? Like Brian Daboll had a great connection with Josh Allen, and you think about the growth each year under Daboll for Josh Allen. Now you're asking Ken Dorsey to basically mimic that. That's where I start to question, can he do that? And Josh Allen likes to run the ball as well. 763 yards rushing last season. I get nervous that he could honestly have an injury because of the way he plays the game. He plays a little bit dangerous. He plays a Lamar Jackson style. And we saw Lamar Jackson, as he keeps continuing each year, continues to get injuries. Josh Allen, you're in 4 or 5 years now? You got to start to slow that down a little bit because you're going to end up getting one of those injuries that could affect your team going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, if he goes down, it's over.
Done ski. I don't know if I'm ready to talk about this next team, and that's the New England Patriots.
Wait.
You got something else?
Wait.
You ready? Are you ready?
Okay.
The New England Patriots, our hometown team, 10-7 last year, second in the AFC East. We're the 6th seed in the AFC. I'm not going to say they lost to Buffalo. I don't even think they showed up in the first round against Buffalo. So basically, they didn't get off the bus. So their head coach is Bill Belichick, 254-99 in his career as the head coach. Their offensive coordinator is non-existent, and their defensive coordinator is non-existent. They did not name either one of those. They were 15th in offense last season, 353.4 yards per game, 14th passing at 226.9, 8th rushing at 126.5, 6th in points, 27.2 points per game. Defensively, 4th overall, 310.8 yards per game, 2nd against the pass at 187.1, 22nd against the rush at 123.7, 2nd in points allowed at 17.8, and a +7 in the turnover differential, which was 8th overall. Key additions, Devontae Parker.
Why are we worried?
Devontae Parker, we will discuss. Devontae Parker, one of their key additions, and Jabril Peppers, the safety from the New York Giants. They did lose J.C. Jackson to the Chargers, Shaq Mason to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kyle Van Noy to the Chargers, and James White to retirement. They did draft Cole Strange in the first round, the offensive guard. Taquan Thornton in the second round, who is out for the first 8 weeks of the season, and Marcus Jones, the cornerback, in the third round, who will be a starter for them. Ron, your opinions on the New England Patriots this upcoming season?
Okay, so what? 7th in offense, 2nd in defense.
No, 15th in offense, 4th in defense.
Oh, okay, whatever it was.
2nd against the pass and 2nd against points against on defense.
Okay, so why are we concerned?
So complete change at linebacker. So they revamped their linebacker, revamped their secondary. The defensive line is the only thing that's still intact from last season for the New England Patriots when it comes to defense. So you can't sit back and say, look, it's going to be the same defense, because realistically you lose your number one cornerback in J.C. Jackson.
Yeah.
Van Noy, who was a big part of that linebacking crew. Dante Hightower, big part of that linebacking crew. Yes, they were slower and older, but experienced. Now you go in with a brand new group of guys that are inexperienced and you're hopeful. And then on the offensive side of the ball, again, who's your coordinator? How's Mac Jones going to develop if you can't give him a guy that honestly understands offense and what they need to do? Benefits is they got 2 solid running backs. Damian Harris and Ramondre Stevenson are very serviceable running backs. They've got to get more production out of the wide receiver group. Kendrick Bourne has not been very productive in the preseason. Devontae Parker, injury prone. Why he struggled in Miami. He wasn't on the field. We've got very lucky last year with Hunter Henry. Stayed on the field. Again, another guy that's usually injury prone. Jonnu Smith did not produce to his contract or what we expected him to be offensively. But now we expect new offensive coordinator who's never done it before, who's basically, we're going to assume, is defensive coordinator, calling offensive plays, and this offense is going to excel versus last season.
Okay, so here's my take. I am not really worried about the linebackers, and I'll tell you why. Because last year, that was a point that we talked about every week, that the linebackers were too slow. They can't get to the running backs that were turning the corner on them, and going up the line. They can't cover anybody with any kind of speed. So I gotta think, okay, so Belichick went younger and faster, and they can be taught. I can agree with that. I agree with. Now, the problem is letting J.C. Jackson go and having guys that, have over 100 quarterback rating against them, like Mills. I have that in my notes somewhere in here. I don't know where I put it, but here it is. Where is it? Actually, I didn't write it down. So that's, but the two cornerbacks that are going to be starting gave up 116 and 107 as quarterback rating against them. And that is the problem, is going to be their secondary. And then when you look at this league, what is the offense going with?
It's a passing league.
Passing league.
Jalen
That's
Mills,
what concerns me.
Jalen Mills is your number one cornerback right now.
Right. So, so that is the one thing that is concerning me. But, even though we get on him every week, we feel like he's losing it. He's slipping. It's starting to pass him by. I got to put a little faith in Belichick.
You guys are crazy.
I got to put a little faith in it, and I still think the defense is going to be good. Still think it's going to be good.
They're good. They're serviceable. Look, but their numbers were inflated because they had really bad teams that they performed well, and then the games that they needed to win against quality teams, they got smoked. And it was clear evident in the playoffs.
You're right.
With the Buffalo Bills, too. They were so uncompetitive in that game.
But that's the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills are an elite team. Not a good team. Once. They're elite.
They didn't punt once. You got the fourth best defense. You couldn't get them off the field once?
No.
Once.
And that's a problem. That's a problem.
Once. Matt Judon fell apart towards the end of the season.
He ran out of gas.
Non-existent.
You're right.
Look at the end of the season. Look at this. Weeks 13 through 18.
What you're saying is all true.
They're all done.
We saw it. We complained about it and everything. And the linebackers were the constant complaints.
They might go 0-6 to end the season.
I don't agree with that. But
they play Buffalo, at Arizona, at Las Vegas, Cincinnati, Miami, and at Buffalo.
Yep.
You give me what game do they win out of that?
They're going to win at home against Miami, and they're going to win at home. Who's the home games?
Miami, Cincinnati, and Buffalo.
Okay, so I have them winning the Cincinnati game, and I have them winning. Yes,
that's one of Cincinnati's 3 losses.
That's one of their 3 losses.
You're off your rocker.
I'm telling you,
out of your mind. Cincinnati is by far a much better team than New England.
They are. You're right. You're crazy.
You're nuts.
Look, there's a lot of factors that go into.
I thought Kenny's Jared Goff comment last season
onto Cincinnati. Remember all this stuff onto Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Cincinnati last year was so inconsistent. There's going to be letdowns with Cincinnati, and this is one of them on the road in New England.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Let's move on.
We're
going to talk about the Miami Dolphins. 9-8 last season, 3rd in the AFC East. New head coach Mike McDaniel. New offensive coordinator Frank Smith. They kept defensive coordinator Josh Boyer. They were 25th in offense, 307 yards, 17th passing at 214.8 yards per game, 30th rushing at 92.2 yards per game, 22nd in points at 20.1 points per game, 15th defensively at 337.5 yards per game, against 16th against the pass, 227.7, 14th against the rush at 109.8, 16th in points at 21.9 points against. So they actually gave up more than they scored. They were negative. They were even on the turnover differential. So basically 0 across the board. Key additions, Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, the left tackle, and Teddy Bridgewater. Key losses, Devontae Parker and Duke Johnson, the running back, went to Buffalo. In the 3rd round, they drafted Channing Tiddell, which was a linebacker. So they're trying to secure some spots on the defensive side of the ball. what do we think Miami's going to be with all these new additions?
That's a lot. It's still going to come down to one thing.
Tua.
It's going to come down to that because I still don't look. I think he has arm strength. I still think he has that, but he doesn't have the accuracy that you need to. So, yes, you're going to have
7.8% last year completion percentage.
Yeah, but there was all under 10 yards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The arm strength's where I would question it because you brought in a guy, Tyreek Hill, that's supposed to be a burner. He's a stretch the field. If you can't get the ball to him.
Right. And that's going to be the problem. I think there's going to be more turnovers with Tua this year than he did last year, and I think it's really going to hurt this team. And you look at teams that can put some pressure on the quarterback, and if they do that, he's gonna make a lot of mistakes, and I think this is a disaster.
They need to invest in running the ball, right? They can't be 30th overall in rushing. So Chase Edmonds, Raheem Mostert have to be better, than what they had last year. Jalen Waddle was a legitimate wide receiver, 104 receptions, 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. They picked up Cedric Wilson Jr. from Dallas. So they've got 3 solid guys. You add Tyreek Hill. Mike Gesicki, 73 receptions, 780 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I like the offensive side. Again, 2 is the key. Defensively, Xavier Howard, Jerome Baker, Emmanuel Ogbah. Again, good, solid guys. I think defensively, even though their numbers weren't as bad, I didn't see them add enough defensively where I would question, can their offense continue to put up enough points to match their defensive deficiency?
Yeah.
I would question that.
And look, I look at this, and if you compare, the comparison is going to be Miami, New England. That's the comparison, right? That's what we're really looking at. Who's going to come in second?
Yep.
That's what we're deciding, basically.
Yeah, because Buffalo's first. We know that.
Right. So you look at the comparison. Did they improve their defense enough? No. Are they going to catch up to New England a little bit defensively? Not enough. I still think New England's going to have a better defense. And call me crazy. I think that defensive line is still good. I think you still have Judon. And if he can not run out of gas, and I think he played too much because that's what they had. Yep. That's what they had for pressure. And now you're going to have some other guys that can put some pressure on the quarterback. And yes, they lost J.C. Jackson, but I think they're hoping the kid, Jones?
Yeah, Marcus Jones and Jonathan Jones.
Right.
And
right. So I think
Joneses
that they're going to, I think
Jack Jones, all 3 of them are going to be in the secondary.
I think that Belichick does a really good job teaching up cornerbacks. He's always had a good one. Even homegrown ones. He's developed them really well, and you gotta give him that
I would
chance.
Still question,
and I don't think
offensively, I would take Miami's offense over New England's offense at this point.
With
the only spot I would question is quarterback, because Mac Jones, I think, is still a better quarterback.
Absolutely,
I wouldn't say he's an elite quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
No, yeah.
And Tua to me is a notch below him. So you put Mac Jones on Miami.
Oh my God!
In that offense,
sorry.
I think they could win the division.
Right, exactly.
I think Mac Jones on New England with New England's offense, I don't see them being as potent. But we will see.
Yeah.
This stretch at the end of the year, though, for Miami is going to be crucial to anything they do. Weeks 13 through 16 at San Francisco, at the Chargers, at Buffalo, and then home for Green Bay.
Yeah. I have them losing all 4 of those.
That's a tough stretch.
It is.
So I would be curious to see how they do there. Final team we're going to cover in the AFC East is the New York Jets, who were 4-13 last season, 4th in the AFC East. Robert Saleh is their head coach at 4-13 last season, was his first year. Mike Lafleur and Jeff Ulbrich are their offensive and defensive coordinators, respectively. Offensively, they were 26th in the league at 306.4 yards per game, 20th passing at 214.8, 27th rushing at 98.1, 28th in points at 18.2 points per game. Defensively, dead last in the league, 397.6 yards given up, 30th against the pass at 259.4, 29th against the rush at 138.3, 32nd in points allowed at 29.6. They were a minus 13 in the turnover differential, which was 30th. Key additions, they picked up CJ Uzma, the tight end from Cincinnati, and Dwayne Brown, the left tackle, to replace their left tackle that is out and injured. Jamison Crowder was their big loss. The wide receiver went to Buffalo. In the draft, though, they did very well. They picked up Sauce Gardner, the cornerback, Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver, and Jermaine Johnson, the second defensive end. We loved this draft. By far, we said they did the best in the draft in that first round, without a doubt. Is that enough to start to get this team heading in the right direction?
Oh, it's definitely the right direction. It's definitely the right direction. It's not gonna happen this year. But this is the right direction, because that defense is horrible. Horrible.
32nd. They're the worst in the league. You got to improve. And you think about it, Robert Saleh came from the San Francisco 49ers, a defensive-minded coach.
Right.
You would think that would be the strength of this team now, and yet it's the struggle so far.
This is what, year 2?
This will be a second year.
Right. So it's the right direction. Like you get those names, and we raved about their draft.
Yeah.
Now, are they going to make a huge difference this year? No, because you're looking at,
experience year 2 of these guys, right? Yeah.
Right. So next year, however, that could be a different story. This division could be very different next year, because they got a lot of skilled players on that defense from the draft this year, and they need the experience.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Look, Zach Wilson has to improve. We know that that's going to be one of the biggest areas for this team to jump. But then Breece Hall, that was a steal. Again, second round, best running back on the board. Again, can he contribute? I like what they did at tight end. C.J. Mosley, very good linebacker. Quincy Williams, very good linebacker. So they've got some talent.
Yes.
And when we talked about some of those poor teams like the Atlanta, Houston, they're ahead of them.
Oh, they're far ahead of them.
So to me, like you said, let's get them some experience. Zach Wilson has to take a big step to leap.
Yeah. He can't throw it all over the place. He makes bad decisions.
Yeah, he can't be Brett Favre until you've actually played for 10 years in the league. He tries to be Brett Favre year 1.
I hope he doesn't just make the bad decisions all year again, because if that's the case, they need a new quarterback. And that's the thing that I was saying when he got drafted, and I said he was the worst one out of the draft.
Yeah.
And I was afraid that the Jets made the wrong choice, and I still, to this day, think they did make the wrong choice.
I think you might very well be correct. But that is it for the AFC East. We are going to break down the coaches now, rate the coaches, and then we're going to tell you how we think they're going to finish. And then we're going to do our pick and roll top 5 quarterbacks in the league, according to us. And then we're going to give you our playoff predictions and our Super Bowl champion. So I am first for coaches. And I know this is going to be surprising. Bill Belichick, number 1 coach in this division. There is no question without a doubt that regardless of what I think, in my opinions, I mean, the man's a genius when it came to what he was able to build and continue to stabilize for how many years in a row? 20 plus years, right? Sean McDermott very slowly has impressed me more and more each year. And I like where he has this Buffalo team. I feel like they are the number 1 contender in the AFC. And I think that it's all because of his coaching and his style that he's continued to just let this team grow. And now they're ready to just blossom into full forest. And number 3, Mike.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I try. Mike McDaniel. I went 3, Mike McDaniel, because I just feel like he's got the talent. I think he's going to get more out of Tua. I liked what he did with San Francisco's offense. They were always a dynamic offense. I think he can make a difference there in Miami. Robert Saleh, I agree. I like the direction they're heading. I would have liked to seen them a little better last year defensively, just based on what his mindset is as a coach. So if he improves there this season, I think he would honestly move up this list as well at some point. But he's not there yet. That's how I rank these coaches.
Okay. So we're pretty close. Of course, I got
flipped
Belichick.
Yeah.
I got
You put
Belichick.
McDaniel and Salah.
Belichick is look, I know we questioned him last year as well. And
Yeah.
there they are in the postseason, with a rookie quarterback. So, who am I to question him this year, right? I guess he let J.C. Jackson go, and that hurt. It hurt a lot, But I got to figure that he has done such a good job with defensive backs that I can't question him yet.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Then I went with Sean McDermott. I think he's a hell of a coach, to be honest with you.
I really do. I
To
agree.
be honest with you, he outcoached Belichick in that playoff game,
Without a doubt. Agreed.
without a doubt. Number 3, I did go with Robert Saleh.
I can see it.
Because, first of all, year 1 wasn't his roster at all. Okay? Not at all. Like, he got some players, as he got in there. But,
Yeah.
this is going to be the year. Okay, let's see him take a step. Doesn't necessarily have to be in wins. Just let's see them play better and not reckless. I want to see just improvements, And for Mike McDaniel, look, they had Brian Flores there. There's no reason for them to get rid of him.
Agreed. No,
And
you're right there as well.
I just don't think he's as good as that. And I don't think he's going to get really much of anything out of Tua the experts think they're going to get.
I agree. And you very well could be right. And it would drop him down. I would agree with you.
Yeah. So, and that's the reason why I went with that. I like the direction in the Jets. And to be honest with you, Miami's just buying this team right now. And
it could backfire.
I don't think they invested in the right places.
No, it could backfire. Very good. All right. So how do you got this division in? Wrapping up.
Okay. So
We're going to argue about this one. I'm not going to argue with you. I refuse to argue with you. Go ahead.
all right. So Buffalo 13-4,
Okay.
first place, we thought.
Mm-hmm.
I have New England second.
Okay. Yeah.
And Miami third, 9-8.
What's New England's record, by the way?
I don't want to say it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We'll just say they're second,
Okay.
and we'll say 10-7.
Okay. Okay. Same as last year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Which rounds out the Jets in last for you.
And the Jets are in last with 3-14.
Okay.
But
Improving.
that 3-14 is very different. And this is one of those teams where I think
More competitive.
they can win 7.
They've got to learn. They'll learn to lose close games and what they need to do next year to improve on.
Right.
I agree with you.
Right.
Um,
and again, New England, 10-7, they could actually be the other way. 7-10.
Yeah. So I have it as a Buffalo winning the division again. I think easily. I got Miami second.
Yeah, you have
I just
Miami
think
second.
Too much talent that they shouldn't fail.
Quarterback.
I've got New England third, and I've got the Jets fourth.
Yeah.
So that's how we wrap up the divisions. We're going to go on pick and roll.
And to be honest with you, Vegas has Miami and New England even.
It could be. I could see that too.
They have them basically.
There's still questions with Miami because we
8.5
don't know
wins.
what they're going to be.
That's
Yeah,
what
we
they
don't know
have,
what they're gonna
both
be.
of them. 8.5 wins.
Yep. So we are going to do our final pick and roll. Our pick and roll. We're going to rank who we feel are the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. You went first on the last one, so I'll go first this time, my friend. At number 5, I had Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals quarterback, obviously AFC champion. I just feel like he's on that fast track now to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. At number 4, this one surprised me a little bit. I had Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady at number 4. Again, I think he, as great as a season as he had last season. I think these other guys, when we talk about a talent standpoint, not pure numbers, just talent. Yes, Tom Brady won 7 Super Bowls, but talent-wise, I went by talent. Tom Brady at 4. So I went Aaron Rodgers at 3. Again, I just think if you think about lack of turnovers, how he's able to just put the ball exactly where it needs to be, one of the best pure quarterbacks in the league. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes, because I just think he makes everyone else around him better. I think we're going to realize Tyreek Hill is a good player. Patrick Mahomes made him an outstanding player. What Patrick Mahomes was able to do. And then I had at number 1, Josh Allen. I think by far the best quarterback in the league right now, can do so much. And he's so diverse where, again, he's a power runner, not just a runner, but a power runner as a quarterback. He's got probably one of the strongest arms in the league, and he's proven he can win. He just needs to obviously had the overtime rules changed, and he would have probably beat the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's how I had my top 5.
Wow. This is going to be a wow.
Okay.
Because you're going to see some familiar names.
Okay.
Number 5, I have Joe Burrow.
Hey, so we had that one correct. Okay.
Everything you said. Like this kid could actually be number 1 in the near future.
Manny doesn't even have Tom Brady in the top 5.
Yeah. Well,
Justin Herbert.
Manny is wrong.
Justin Herbert over Tom Brady. But go ahead. So 5, Burrow.
Number 4, Tom Brady.
The fact that we've got this exactly right now is blowing my mind. But okay.
That's why I was like grinning from ear to ear as you're going. I'm like, wait,
that's
what?
That's kind of crazy.
Look, he's Tom Brady. He's the best quarterback ever.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says. There is no competition.
Agreed.
None. And at 45, still top 5.
Yeah.
Number 3, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, you did a little switch there. Okay. Oh, we were so close.
Yeah, but it gets there.
Okay.
Number 2, Goff. No.
Yeah. Yes.
That's for Kenny. That's for Kenny.
Kenny got it in. Kenny. Jared Goff, number 2.
No. Number 2, Josh Allen.
Oh, I see what you did there. Okay.
Like, look, when Brady and Rodgers are gone from the game, could be the same year if the way Brady's going. Although I think this is it for Brady.
Agreed.
It's going to be all about Josh Allen and Burrow.
Yeah, agreed. They're the next line. Yeah,
look,
I believe that.
I think Mahomes is fantastic. Like, he's got a lot of skill, but there are times where he panics, and I don't see that in Allen or Burrow at all. There's none.
I like it.
As calm and cool, as collective as you can see.
Yeah.
And number 1, Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Look, he's just too good, and he's had, like, he's been in the position like
great.
Brady, where he has nothing.
Yeah.
Where he has had nothing and still makes it good.
The fact that we had all 5 of the same quarterbacks, that's pretty
That's
crazy
what was said.
as well.
And just so you know, my 2 quarterbacks on the outside looking in, Jackson.
Okay.
But he's just hurt too much.
Yeah.
And that's what dropped him out. Because I think he's a hell of a quarterback.
Agreed.
And he is actually probably closer to knocking out Brady when he retires after the season.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Herbert after that. So, Manny, I do have Herbert on my eyeballs.
Yeah, see, the only thing with Herbert to me is just get to the playoffs, win a game first.
Yep.
Win a playoff game, or at least get into the playoffs.
And that's what I want to see, because he hasn't done it.
And then I might. I mean, his numbers are great. It's just I need somebody with some wins too to show that they can win in the big moments. So it is us. We're going to tell you which teams are going to make the playoffs, and then how we've got it finishing. I'm going to start in the AFC, and then I'll let you go in the AFC, and then you'll start the NFC. So I've got my number 1 seed. You already said was Cincinnati. I got the Buffalo Bills as my number 1 seed.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my predictions graphics
Ten-
here.
Tennessee Titans, I have at number 2. At number 3, the Cincinnati Bengals. At number 4, the Las Vegas Raiders. So those are all the division winners, 1 through 4. I got the Kansas City Chiefs at 5, the Baltimore Ravens at 6, and the Miami Dolphins at 7. I'm going to put the coder at, okay. Yeah, if you put Dak at number 1, forget it. Manny, Dak Prescott. What do you got for the AFC?
Okay. So my number 1 seed is Cincinnati.
Yep.
Not the best team, but
Best
they
record.
just handle it with the schedule. Buffalo, number 2. Las Vegas, number 3. And Tennessee, the number 4 seed.
Okay.
Again, a team that is better than Tennessee is not going to make the playoffs. That's unfortunate. My wild card, number 5, the Chargers.
Okay, they finally get in. Okay.
Kansas City.
So that's 3 out of the AFC West. Okay.
And Baltimore. So
Okay.
Denver, 11-6 record I have them at, doesn't
Not
make
getting
the
in.
playoffs.
Yep. And you don't have Miami. I have Miami. Yep. Okay. And you got the Chargers. I don't have the
I
Chargers.
don't even have the Patriots, just so you know.
Neither did I. All right. So NFC, who do you got going?
Okay, so number 1 seed, Green Bay Packers, led by MVP Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Tampa Bay.
Number 2. Okay.
Look, and I just think once the games get started, and it might take to week 2, where Tom Brady says, oh, wait, there's the light switch. Plink! It's on.
Well, he's
And
probably
I think-
he's probably in a new location. He doesn't know where the light switch is. Giselle kicked him
Right,
out.
exactly.
So once he figures that out.
The hotel room, you know?
Yeah, you know.
Look, I think it's going to be a magical year for Tom Brady. I just...
Okay.
There's something... Look, we all know Tom Brady.
Yes, agreed.
3rd seed, Philadelphia.
Wow, okay.
And 4th seed, the LA Rams. Wild cards. 5, Dallas. 6, Arizona. And with a losing record at 8-9, Carolina Panthers.
Wow, okay. That one surprised me. Okay. I didn't see that one coming.
I know you didn't.
All right. So NFC, I have the Green Bay Packers. I agree with you. Number 1 seed overall. I got San Francisco at number 2. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 3. The Dallas Cowboys at 4. I got in the wild cards the Rams at 5. The Minnesota Vikings at 6. And the Philadelphia Eagles rounding it out in 7. That's how I had the NFC. So, AFC bracket, my friend. I got Buffalo on a bye. Tennessee will face Miami. Cincinnati faces Baltimore. And the Vegas Raiders face the Kansas City Chiefs. I have the Tennessee Titans, the Bengals, and the Chiefs all advancing. In the divisional round, I have the Buffalo Bills versus the Kansas City Chiefs, the Tennessee Titans versus the Cincinnati Bengals. I have the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals advancing to the AFC Championship game. In that game, I have the Buffalo Bills advancing to the Super Bowl as the AFC champs representative. How do you have the AFC?
Okay. So I have Buffalo playing Denver.
Yeah.
I have Las Vegas playing
But
Baltimore.
Denver didn't get in.
I mean, not Denver, Kansas City. Sorry.
Okay. I was gonna
Sorry.
say-
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I was getting confused.
No, because I messed up
Yeah,
my
I got you.
brackets and I'm like crosses off and stuff like that. So Las Vegas playing Baltimore and Tennessee the Clippers. Okay. So Buffalo beats Kansas City.
Okay.
Las Vegas beats Baltimore.
Okay.
And did I say Clippers?
Yes. Charge.
That's
Yeah.
funny. The Chargers beating Tennessee.
Wow. Okay.
So Cincinnati plays the Chargers. Buffalo plays Las Vegas. I have Cincinnati beating the Chargers. I have Buffalo beating Las Vegas.
So we just a little different road, but
A little
same
different.
result. Same result. Okay.
I have Buffalo beating Cincinnati.
Hey!
Going to the Super Bowl. I
Are
can't
you
believe
kidding?
it.
What is the odds?
Look, Buffalo
I don't
right
believe
here.
it.
Right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's right
No.
there.
Okay. All right.
Wait.
Yeah, I
There
see
it
it.
is.
There I go. I
There
see
it
it.
is.
Okay. All right. So get NFC. How do you got it?
That is amazing, dude.
That is crazy.
Okay, so I have Tampa Bay playing Carolina.
Okay.
I have Philadelphia playing Arizona. And I have the Rams playing Dallas. Tampa Bay beats Carolina.
Okay.
Philadelphia beats Arizona.
Okay.
And the Rams beat Dallas. And then the following day, Mike McCarthy gets fired.
Jeez.
I have the Rams beating Green Bay. And I have Tampa Bay beating Philadelphia again.
Okay. Okay.
And I have the Rams beating Tampa Bay going back to the Super Bowl.
Wow. Okay. All right. I'm gonna blow your mind.
Come on.
We were almost there. I can't.
You had the same two teams, but you have it reversed.
Yes. So I got Green Bay with the bye. So San Fran's playing Philly, Tampa Bay playing Minnesota, Dallas playing the Rams. I got the Rams winning, Tampa Bay winning, San Francisco winning. Green Bay will play the Rams. San Francisco will play Tampa Bay. The Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers advance to the NFC Championship game.
Go ahead. I want to hear you
Tampa
say
Bay.
it.
Tampa Bay.
Look, see that right
Pick it up.
there?
Yeah. You crossed it up.
I had Tampa Bay, and I crossed it off, and I went with the Rams.
See? So I had Tampa Bay winning the NFC. I've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. You have the
Rams and
LA
Buffalo.
Rams versus the Buffalo Bills. Who's picking the winner first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl.
Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl.
Right there, baby. Right there. Look at that. Right there.
Buffalo Bills winner.
Wow.
We both picked the Buffalo Bills.
And
we both had the same AFC. Manny picks the Bills as well. We both had the same AFC, NFC championship games.
you know,
Sports and we're starting to think like each other. It's scary.
Look, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to go tell you even more about this. The only reason why I crossed off Tampa Bay is because I didn't want Tom Brady to lose the Super Bowl.
I know, but that's what I think. It's going to be like his last hurrah, and he gets
But
there.
that's what I
Buffalo
really
Bills,
think.
in all their struggles to win one, finally get one, and they beat who? The greatest of all time in the Super Bowl.
That's
So
what I really think it's
what
going.
a great ending that would be as well. Ron, this has been a phenomenal show. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that's joined. Our tick has been running. Follow us on social media. We are on live every Friday night at 6 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter live. We are fan interactive. We will definitely, we cover all of the top sports going on for the week. Make sure you join us. Make sure you continue to follow us. Make sure you continue to follow Rhode Island Broadcasting. It's amazing. The fact that we had the championship games exactly alike. But I want to thank you for your time. A great time tonight. Ron, as always, our NHL preview show did not disappoint. Second annual. Can't wait till next year on this.
Oh, my God.
Looking forward to it. And Thursday night, check out the opening day, Buffalo at the LA Rams. So it all begins this Thursday. Ron, take care, my friend. Thank you for a wonderful evening. All the fans that have joined live, Chakra, Jim Boy, Manny, you guys have been awesome. Kirvino just joined in. So I appreciate you as well. Thank you for everybody that joined. Ron, we'll see you on Friday night, my friend. You take care.
Wait. Looking forward to it. After game one. After game one. Have a good night.